Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, the owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we are playing a little LE. I am logged in to my Falcon Fist unarmed build. We are not using a weapon for this build. And today we have Dev Chat Bingo, which I am all set up for. So we will watch senior developer, co-founder of EHG, Mike, play some LE. And it should be a good day. Tonight, for Patreons out there, we have game night where we're going to be playing off-stream Speed Freaks. Should be a good day. Hope everyone had a great week and have a good Friday. We're going to start off by I figured I have a 1 LP Phantom Grip. I actually want to slam, hopefully, the T7 health suffix onto it. Give us a little more survivability. So that's where we're going to start today's stream. Hello, hello. What's up, Delmore? You going to show up for Speed Freaks tonight? What's up, Spirit? Does anybody have an FPS drop in this game just on certain monos and areas? Not always. I've got a, very beefy computer, so I normally don't have to deal with that as much, or I don't notice it as much. But yeah, I do hear that from people around optimization. By the way, on this build, I now have falconry up to level 34. Yes, 34 on our falconry. Good question. Depends on what my wife has planned. You know, if it was V Rising, you'd make the time. Come on. I'm hoping Mike's got some good stuff for us today. We got 11 days until they announce all the final details for the cycle event. And I'm hoping he gives us some leaks into the future. Yesterday we streamed for almost over 9 hours. I beat the entire campaign on normal for Space Marine. Once we got close, I was like, all right, we're just going for it. We're beating this game today. One stream, one long playthrough. We beat Space Marine 2. Having time to reflect on the game. I almost made a video this morning. I was tired, so I just made a Torchlight video real quick. But I am going to make a first impressions video on Space Marine, and I'm going to make a video on a reaction to the Titan Quest 2 news in dev chat. I got 3 videos lined up. Funny that you say that. She asked me when we are playing V Rising again a few days ago. Yeah, unfortunately, Dark Lotus dropped his Patreon. I hit him up, and he's like, yeah, sorry, I just can't do the Patreon anymore. And it's just like he was supplying the server through Patreon. I just don't feel right asking him to use it.
Not happening.
You know, I want that level 30 bow. I need that level 30 bow. Exactly, yeah. V Rising's fun. What's the plan with this build, good sir? I don't know yet. We are unarmed. It's basically all I can tell you. We do not use a weapon. We are building around Falcon Fist. So basically the idea is Cinder Strike's melee damage per level of falconry while unarmed. And this is a perfectly rolled 16. Okay? 16. Now, since we don't use a weapon, come on. 16. And what you're timesing this by is your level 2 falconry. Right now, I have 34. Yes, that is correct. 4 points into falconry. So when you do the calculation, 16 times 34, that means that this weapon, or I'm sorry, this pair of gloves, if I am not holding a weapon, is giving me 544 base. Yes, 544 base damage to Cinder Strike when you're not holding a weapon. $544. I can actually get one more point. Right now, my prefix on my helmet is a T6 to falconry. So if I had this as a T7, we would have the maximum amount, 35 points. 34 OMG. Might be having a memory leak. Yeah, it could be it. 34 to falconry. Okay. Let's slam this. Just a 1 LP phantom grip. I'm going to throw this in it. We actually just want a suffix. Lightning resistance or health. Hopefully we don't get cold damage. Cold would be the absolute worst. Cold would be the worst. And we got, come on, T7 health. Lightning resistance, 56%. Well, our lightning resistance was horrible, so at least we filled out one of our resistances. That's not terrible. Also, right now, I've got a Cradle of the Erased. This Weaver's Will is 21 Weavers. So we're going to knock out these 17 Weavers, and I've got a backup with 21. So we're going to see if maybe we can create something good out of these two. Yeah, so that's the plan right now. Can't win them all. It's still got an Exalted affix on it, so that's okay. I will take it. Now we're running over to... what were we doing? We are doing Emperor of Corpses. Try and get an all resistance roll. So what's interesting about this shield, block effectiveness per 1%, total uncapped resistances. So right now I'm trying to get the all resist because it supports our shield. Hey, Spike. Actually, we might be able to... Can we run it right now? We can. Oh, we don't want to deal with that. All resist. Let's go that way. We'll run one more. Anyone got any big plans this weekend? Doing anything fun? Going to the Shark Reef at Mandalay Bay since we've got some free tickets. That'll be nice. It'll be fun.
Not happening.
Do you have a build link for this build? I've got the old build link. So I haven't finished the new one yet. So I've got the initial version of this. If you type in !build. That was version 1. So version 2 isn't done yet, but it'll get you pointed in the right direction. Playing last Epoch. What's up, Jones? That's good. How about a charity motorcycle run with 1,000? Wait. You're going to be on a charity motorcycle run? Is that what you're saying? Bear in mind that is on UK roads. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Is your old Torment Warlock build still viable? For sure. I made that build, then I updated that build. So it should feel pretty good. Should feel pretty good. Has the Merchants Guild search function finally been fixed? Was it broken? Or do you just mean optimized?
Not happening.
I feel like the search function works. People just want it to search better. There's updates to Bazaar
Not happening.
search function coming September 19th. So September 19th, they're updating the Bazaar search function. I can always find exactly what I'm looking for. I know people hate going to the different vendors, but I feel like anytime I need to find something, I can find it. What drives you crazy about the Bazaar? Just curious. Oh, nice. I missed the update. Thank you. Hey, you're very welcome. You can always go to current build guides playlist. It shows it there. Everything about it just sucks.
Not happening.
Get him, Falcon.
Not.
I honestly don't know what they're going to do with the search function on the Bazaar. I feel like if you know what you're looking for, it's pretty self-explanatory how to navigate it.
Not happening.
But I think people just hate running to the multiple, like I've got to go to this person for scepters and this person for body armor. I think they just want it through like one NPC. It's normally what I see. You are dead. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Not what we wanted. 1 LP Twisted Heart. Hopefully not so many vendors. Yeah. Just one UI, right? For all the vendors. That's what I get normally. I had a Necro level 100. I had a Necro level 100 on 2000 Corruption, then quit playing because of the insanely bad Bazaar and lack of things to do. But still had 750 amazing hours, well worth my money. Man, 2000 Corruption. It's crazy when I hear stuff like that. You must have been playing, what, Wraith Lord? Maybe single Abomination, single Golem, single Archmage. Probably Wraith Lord, though, if I was guessing. Obviously, it's only the developer's fault. It's not your fault. The game is designed around 300 corruption. 300. They never in their wildest dreams thought that anybody would be able to get to 1,000 corruption.
Not happening. Not happening.
2,000 corruption. You got to figure a way to stay alive as a necro, so you have to run low life. And you need to do a ton of damage where you have an like in front of you. It just makes me think of Wraith Lord.
Not happening.
There it is. All resistance 19. Almost perfect. Replace. Very nice. Dang. 2 twisted hearts back to back. Hopefully not so many vendors in the UI. Such a weird take from them, in my opinion. I mean, it's I mean, it's their game, right? I mean, you know. You think that's a weird take? Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. What's up, Puffy? Don't forget Patreon's game night tonight. In what faction are you in? Half of my characters are Merchants Guild. Half of them are COF. This current character is Merchants. No, it's a build I've never seen before. I built it myself and searched for it. I kept the build a secret. It was a build where I would use a mage teleport and get all the minions on me, drain life, converted to mana, spam volatile zombies with insane cast speed, max minion HP for extra ward. I would get to, I believe, 75,000 ward. I see. Were you using the belt where you spam potions and the potions make zombies? How did you get to run that boss twice? I had maxed stability. Yeah, this is Cinder Strike. Trying your totem lightning build, just swapped from thorn totems. Nice. I did have that also, indeed. I think they're axing it. There's too many people, and I'm not saying you, but have found ways to like exploit that belt mechanic for spamming zombies. I think they're gonna change it.
Not happening.
That's cool though. I gotta say, somebody joining the stream and saying they made their own build, they didn't follow anybody, doing something they've never seen before and getting to 2,000 corruption, that's extremely impressive. Very nice job. That is cool. That is very, very cool. I think releasing a Pinnacle at 300 will only bite them later if they want to introduce fun power creep. Would replace at higher and scaled corruption again, leaves them a lot of room to place content. So I think this is what's hard. And again, if you are somebody on here watching Twitch, interacting on Reddit, interacting on their streams and forums and Discord, you know, you are the 1%. EHG has publicly said that 90% of players have not make it to empowered content because, a regular player will play through the campaign. Maybe to them that's game completion. You have other players that play all the monos and like exploring skills, don't care about min-maxing. But ultimately, when you balance a game around the 1%, you know, you normally have other problems. So that's my take on what they say. Is this build crit focused or dot? Crit. Granted, I don't crit very often, which is something I need to figure out. What'll likely happen is I'll end up going Mountain Helm probably and try and slam a T7 falconry on it. I also need to get Cinder Strike, level to Cinder Strike on my relic. Right now I'm just trying to get my blessings. I regret having only MG gear on my Paladin. Makes it harder to switch to COF. Yes, it does. More zombie spam, more war generation. Do you use last Epoch tools to make your builds? Well, yeah. Normally I get an idea, right? So I'll get like, I don't know, I'll find an item or like something will pop into my head. And sometimes I'll go through and come up with a generic concept on last Epoch tools. Sometimes I just wing it on stream. When I was thinking through this build, this is a build I've made once, and it was during subathon. So I really didn't have a lot of time during the subathon. Well, actually, I had a lot of time, but we were moving very quickly. So I was like, okay, I want to re-explore this build I already made. And that's what we're doing now. This is an unarmed build. We do not use a weapon. We do not use a weapon. And that was always intriguing to me. An unarmed falconer. You had 31 days. Yeah, but we were like busy, you know. You're right, I did have 31 days. Armor shred effect. Caltrops. The problem is accessibility. Even if you don't get the loot, why do you gate the number of attempts to try the harder tier content? This is not limited to LE. Problem is, even if you don't get the loot, why do you gate the number of attempts? Wait, attempts of what? Oh, here we go. Wait, I think releasing Pinnacle at 300 will only bite them later if they want to introduce more fun power creep. You're talking about gate the number of attempts at the Pinnacle boss? You have to. And I'll tell you why. If you don't gate the number of attempts at the Pinnacle boss, if that's what you're talking about, you can introduce bots and other problems. There's too much imbalance right now where you can just take a meta build. Boss walks down, pop, dead, you get the loot. Boss pops down, boom, you get the loot. Over and over and over again. It'll kill the Merchants Guild because the market will be flooded with gear. It just wouldn't be good. Then the Pinnacle gear would be worth nothing to most. Correct. Correct. I should have a better base drop rate, though. Or you can make them tradable, so you could farm them. I don't know much about the crafting in the game, how to upgrade the legendary, of course, needing the LP. But, here, Jones, I gotcha. Boot camp. It's my boot camp series on YouTube. You should watch this if you haven't. And then how to make a legendary, you should watch this. It's very simple. Ah, thank you very much. You are very welcome.
Not happening. Not happening.
We're going the opposite way. Cut this way. So why not limit the loot by having things like scarabs in PoE? No, they're like trying to make their own game. They're trying not to borrow from others. You have to farm fragments or invites in PoE. What I'm trying to say is that I just want to progress in the challenges. Let me. I think what they look at is if you fight the Pinnacle boss, die, fight the Pinnacle boss, die, fight the Pinnacle boss, die, and die 10 times, because know that that is what they give you. They give you 10 basically free attempts, okay? All right, you fought him 10 times, you died 10 times. You probably need to work on your gear, or your character's just not at that level. So in the process of farming more attempts, you're going to improve your character, which then you attempt it at a, you know, stronger time. I mean, they do give you 10 attempts at the Pinnacle boss. We haven't checked our Cradle of the Erased in a minute. Suffix, it gave us cold resistance and fire resistance. And in the prefix, minion health and healing effectiveness. All right, starting our next one. 21 Weavers. The one nice thing is that they do tell you what you died to. We've been asking for that for a very long time, so I'm glad that they did put that in.
Not happening.
How's last Epoch doing in player numbers? I think they're around 3,000 a day. 3,000 active players a day. And they are now 2 months into the cycle.
Not happening. Not happening.
Yeah. Not that it matters. Could be worse. Oh, for sure. Torchlight has 200 right now. And Torchlight has 200. And December's in the hundreds. No Rest for the Wicked's toast right now. A lot of people are playing Space Marine, PoE, and D4 PTR. We beat Space Marine yesterday on stream. It took me 8 hours. Still my favorite ARPG, though. Me too. How was it? It's funny. In the moment when I was playing Space Marine, I was like, this game is epic. And to be clear, I actually really enjoyed it. It was a game that I was immersed in. I was like not even really talking to stream that much because I was so focused on the game. It like really grabbed me, which was a great feeling. I mean, the fact that I was like, we are finishing this today shows how much I enjoyed it. Now a day removed, and this is going to be in my first impressions video. The combat from literally the very beginning. So the combat from the intro, the tutorial, to the combat in the final act, final boss are identical. So there's no progression of your character or even really your gear throughout the entire game. Also, for the most part, the game's combat, as awesome as it is fairly repetitive. Again, the combat is the same. But it's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. It reminds you a lot of Gears. You went back to Undecember? What are you thinking, Rotten? When did this league start? July 9th? July 9th. I quit the cycle around level 90 because of PoE and D4. Now I'm back to finish the grind in the final boss. Very cool, Casey. Yeah, I could see Gears in it. Even like the movement. But the story's good. The visuals of the game are some of the best visuals I've ever seen in a game. It's also a requires a powerhouse to run effectively. to get the stream to not die, I had to turn down the settings way down to try and get consistent frames. And I've got a great computer. But yeah, I literally had to restart the stream because I needed to get the newest, latest game-ready drivers for Space Marine because the game was just crush it. Like, I could not run it, so I had to restart the computer. And it's probably good I updated my drivers. It's been a minute. I tried 6 times to get armor shred on Julra's. About to give up on that thing. It's a 1 in 4. That's tough.
Not happening.
Hey, Luz. Happy Friday. I feel like I'm finally starting to get over this sickness that I've had. If you guys don't know, I've been fighting a cold. I still sound a little stuffed up. I'm not for sure there. But I definitely feel better. But now I've got like this little cough. I've got a little cough that's creeping in. Quick hello, about to go see Beetlejuice. The title of the movie is Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice? Duh. See? Exactly. Not a COVID? Oh, I don't know. I live in Idaho. That people don't use that word here. It's my kids went back to school cold. You said it 3 times. Dang it. Go away, little cough. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. I'm just happy I'm not going to do, hopefully, the sick for weeks. Sometimes I get sick for weeks. I'm hoping just knock it out, done, move on.
Not happening.
Even though I know you won't show up, Luz, because you never do. Tonight is game night if you want to come hang out in Patreon VIP. We will all be there tonight. I'm sure you'll come up with some excuse. 3 years, Luz won't come on voice chat with us. She's too scared. Had chronic bronchitis for 2 months.
Not happening.
I always get strep when I get really sick. Again, I don't get sick for a year and a half, but when I get sick, I get sick. That's why I'm really glad that it's only been 3 or 4 days and I'm feeling better.
Not happening.
Falcon's putting in work. What do we get? Sealed tier 4 health percent. Look at that armor. Double health. Tier 5, Tier 4, T7 armor, T5 mana. I could sell that for sure. You I can't sell. Endurance. Necrotic penetration, damage over time elemental. No. Block chance T6 armor base. Okay. She's too cool. That's right. Be back later. Have fun. Have fun, Luz. Math wasn't mathing on probabilities. 6 slams, 1 in 4 on them. When you really need an affix and you got a 1 in 4, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I remember I slammed, was it 4? I slammed 4 3 LP Thorn Shields trying to get double reflect. And I missed 4 for 4. I was like, what are the odds of that? 3 LP and I need the double prefix. I missed 4 times in a row. It does feel bad. But then other times it's like, all right, we only have 1 shot. And it's like, bam, I hit it 3 times in a row. Which makes me know that it is totally random.
Not happening.
I'm very curious about the new Beetlejuice movie. What makes me nervous is anytime I see a trailer, and the trailer is basically just all Easter eggs to the original. You know? If you can use remember berries, but if the whole movie is remember berries, normally is terrible. I wish the Crow remake was like that. I just watched the pitch meeting for Crow remake. That movie looks really bad. I love the original Crow. Man, the Crow was awesome. Oh, the crow was awesome. How do you remake the crow? You can't use how? No way. Yeah, it's in my top 10. That trailer brought me negative hype. That is what I'm updating. So the Falcon Fist build that I put up months ago, that was during Cycle 1 Subathon. After I finished Storm Totem, I was looking at my builds, and I was like, what do I want to do next? I technically have only ever played Falconer once. I played a ton of Warlock, but I've only played Falconer once. And I was like, Falconer's still new. People say it's great. I was like, let's explore Falconer with Falcon Fist. So yeah, I'm updating that build. But that is what I am working on. Also, hi, Aaron. What's up, Raven? What is this? Captain Falcon Punch? Yeah, so this build's pretty easy to understand. You have this unique. It's called Falcon Fist. And basically, you get tons of bonuses for not using a weapon. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, on here, it says plus 16 to Cinder Strike's melee damage per level of falconry while unarmed. So again, we are unarmed, right? And if you look at our level to falconry, oh, I must have hit something. We have 34 points into falconry. And we just did the calculation. It's like 34 times 16 is like 544. So imagine, even though I'm not holding a weapon, it's like 540 flat Cinder Strike damage in this slot. And we punch him. What I would really like to do is be able to figure out this node. Cinder Strike now only has a first attack and deals 30% multiplicative damage. But it adds 20 mana, and you could bring that down to 9. 9 mana per attack. So I was thinking maybe we can get this, and then we come down here. That's actually a lot. It's a ton. And get Fire Eater to try and give us the rest of the mana back. So I'm contemplating these nodes to see if I can get only first attack. Because only first attack has more critical strike chance. And it's the bomb. And we could save these 3 points. So we'd pull these 3 out. These 3 would go down here into Fire Eater. And then we would need 4 here, which would be easy to get because I could get a T7 Cinder Strike. You could test it out. That's the goal. Man on shift might help too. Throw an extra point on swift recovery. That actually is very easy. Just pull one out of there, move it to shift. I don't think there's any other. Yeah, it's just there. And then the problem is when you go to the passives and you look at mana, this node would be great when you use a skill that costs 0 mana and hit an enemy, you regen health and mana. But when you take that node, Cinder Strike's no longer a 0 cost skill, so you don't get anything. You could get mana on dodge. And that's pretty much the only other, yeah, that's the only other way to get mana on this. Mana through dodge. You've been playing Path of Exile? You getting better? Okay, sweet. Yeah, I was curious. I just pulled Falcon Fist and the Relic already so far. So I was looking for a unique build with them. Yeah, I'm working on it. Hi, I'm French, and I watched your guide on this build, and I loved it. Recently dropped Falcon Fist 3 LP. Should be able to give it a try. Awesome. Well, just know that I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah, I've got 34 to falconry. I don't know if I've ever seen that much. The maximum you could get is 35. I've got 34 to falconry. There's a mana node on falconry as well. I'm sure I have it. This. I have every node. Mana. We don't use Acid Flask. We don't use Black Arrow. I don't care about who it prioritizes. We don't use Feathers. I have every other node. Here, let's go check it right now. We can do a quick check. Everybody's heard about the bird is the word. That's one angry bird. By the way, everybody, we are an hour and 45 minutes from Mike taking over the stream. An hour and 45 minutes from Mike taking over the stream. But I'm the bird. Raven, did you beat the campaign yet? PoE?
Not happening.
Relic. Affixes. Cinder Strike. Do we got a T7? Look at that. T7 Cinder Strike with a T5 crit strike multiplier. +1 to Rogue. $4 million. That's what we want. 4 million. Gosh, it's not even that good. Now Cinder Strike is 31. 31 points. Okay. 31. So now we don't need these three or you. So that takes us to 12. We're going to put one there. All right, we have one more point for shift. Oh, that needs to go there. Cinder Strike has another 4. Should go 1. That's right. 2, 3, 4. You're done. Okay. The bazaar. Where's Aaron? Check the market. I don't know what you're talking about. Raven, when was the last time you had one of your skills to +34? What? I got 2 Falcons. Look. Everybody, I've created a new build that has 2 Falcons. It's a special cheat code. I don't want to talk about it. If you don't believe me, look at the screen. Clipped. You Exploiter, what? What are you talking about? All right, I put it back. I don't want anyone else to see it.
Not happening. Not happening.
All right, well. First mono, we didn't run out of mana. If I spam Falcon, I will, though. I haven't been around in a week or so. Haven't been doing good mentally. Everything okay? You gonna come by tonight for You need to come by tonight for game night. You need to download Speed Freaks, so you're ready for tonight. Today's a beautiful day. Chiefs are in first place. Oh my gosh, I forgot Brow was gonna be all pigeon-chested and excited for today. Hello, hello. Quenixel? Hello. Is it free? We picked a free Warhammer car combat game just for you, sir. I can't maintain mana. Okay, someone hit me. What's a unique item that'll give me mana recovery? You know what it is? I know what we could do. I've got a better idea. I know what's killing us. It is the node on Falcon. Screw mana. The node on this node. 35 to mana when we use Falcon. Speed Freaks, what, 40k racing games? Car combat. It's like Warhammer, but Twisted Metal or Crossout or whatever game you want to pick. Not racing, yeah. Okay. So that's max there. Multiplicative damage, fire base. First attack, first attack, first attack, oil coating for penetration, and health. If you use and hit at least one enemy with Cinder Strike, you are granted oil coating. All right, let's try this. What is it? I know Aaron has played it. It's Twisted Metal but Warhammer. Have I kept up on Seven Cities? I follow all of Dav's communication, but I have not played it since the stream. I told him the next time I play it is early access. I played TLI. Not that you know what that is. TLI, what's that game? I just posted a video about TLI today.
Not happening. Not happening.
Oh, you saw it? Oh, I hate it when I have to do this. We totally need the damn mountain helmet. Oh, I don't want to. Hello, have you seen Ellie's Reddit lately? First comes couple positive thanks EHG posts, and shortly after player numbers rant and a lot of heat posts. It seems to be trend currently. At least devs get a lot of feedback. Well, truth be told, I have seen all the recent posts on Reddit. Now, I don't like going on Reddit. I don't know. And it's not like I'm soft and can't handle it. It just is infuriating. Oh, it's just infuriating. It just puts me in a bad mood. It just puts me in a bad mood. Reddit gives you the ick. Hold on, there's an ad running. I'll go more into it. Chatterbox, give me a sec. And the ad is over. Okay. If you didn't hear me, I read your comment, Chatterbox, and yes, I saw the most recent posts on Reddit. I never respond to any of it because I just know it won't have a positive outcome. I rarely ever go on Reddit unless somebody sends me something very specific they want me to look at. Yeah, it's like, man, I just can't believe how many people still don't realize that Cycle and Legacy are the same. Like, I was just reading a post on my character's getting deleted on the mid-cycle event, and people are like, no, you get to play it on Legacy if you want. And then there's a ton of people like, yeah, but then I don't have the Harbinger system on Legacy. And it's just like, I just want to like tear my hair out, you know? It's just, I don't know. It's just, I just try to stay away from it. I feel like it's better for my mental health to just not look at it. Kind of like be aware that it's there. I don't know. Like, be aware, but don't fully engage with it. Health, dodge, crit, leech, void resistance. We need the void resistance. That's right. We can get the crit blessing. Lots of opinions from people with no clue how the game even works. That is one way to certainly put it. But yeah, I just get frustrated, man. Yeah, I get frustrated. I mean, most of the time Reddit is just like, hey, and can, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, because you're right, they're getting lots of feedback. But basically the feedback is, hey, last Epoch, can you turn the game into PoE/Diablo? That's normally what I read. That's in a nutshell, right? That's how it comes across. I mean, it's Reddit, it's the dumpster fire of the internet. Understandable, it's Reddit after all. I mostly just try to stalk what Judd says in posts. Those people have a hard time grasping with why the reset is needed. But see, I'm okay with that. Where it's so upsetting is that people will say, I don't want to start over. I haven't killed the Pinnacle boss yet. And then someone will respond, you don't have to start over. Your character's just on Legacy. You can continue your progress. And then somebody says, yeah, but I don't get the Harbinger system. And then someone says, yes, you do. Legacy and Cycle are identical. And then someone says, no, they're not. And then you just see this argument. And I'm just like, what? Like, what the hell am I reading? That's basically what it comes down to. Your crafting how-to was amazing. I get it now. Awesome. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad they helped. Like if let me just give you a small example. If EHG said nothing, okay? Let's just say you're a COF player and they didn't even post anything, and you logged into last Epoch, and they switched you from Cycle to Legacy, you wouldn't even notice. You wouldn't. They're working on the Cycle servers. You wouldn't even notice.
Not happening.
The game is a great placement between D4, it's not Diablo, and PoE. D4 is simple and bad, and PoE is good but complex. Man, I really thought PTR was going to really hold my attention too.
Not happening.
I was like, man, they're watching all the campfire chats and seeing everything that Blizzard team is doing. I was like, I wonder if we could play PTR for a full week. No, it was one day. Kept my attention a full day. I mean, we're ready for DLC, but yeah, it didn't hold me very long. Yeah, I have the same opinion as you. I'm one of those that didn't even realize that Cycle switched when Harbingers came out. Yeah.
Not happening.
Aaron, I agree with you that they need to change their naming. Oh my gosh. So I have a it's like a monthly one page that I send EHG on feedback from the community and myself. It's like the top line. Renaming the cycles. If I could have it my way, I wouldn't even use the word cycle anymore either. It's such like just call them seasons. Torchlight calls them seasons. Diablo 3, Diablo 2, Diablo Immortal calls them seasons. Just call them seasons. Everyone understands it. It's not complicated. They also need to make, you're talking about just optimization? I have people complaining about the reset not having balance changed in, and I asked how many characters have you played, and they said 2. So 2 masteries out of 15. You haven't played the majority of balance changes. I don't think it actually has to do with balance changes. I think they just want, like, hey, if you're going to be delaying possibly the next cycle, which we don't know yet, but, you know, kind of looks like that. But if they are delaying the next cycle, well, give us something new to explore. Update the balance, give us a new event, maybe throw a unique or 2 in there that's new, something to go hunt for, and just give us like cycle light. Tell me how everyone gets progress running echoes, not seamless. Oh yeah, when you're playing in a party. So it's cycle 1, 2. Yeah, that's what I really hope for. Is just make it a whole number. Saying cycle 1.2 up, or cycle 1.2 is the next one. Even though you're on update 1162. Right? When you talk about confusing, right now, current game 1162. And the next cycle is cycle 1.2. Oh my gosh. So bad. So bad. Not only do people not know what a cycle is, but it's 1.2. They actually don't even call it that. It's update 1.2. I don't know. It's so silly. I wasn't here for having legacy / cycle. Is there no difference? Yeah, no worries. So in last Epoch, unlike PoE and unlike Diablo, because that's what people are used to, even Torchlight, when a new season drops, last Epoch calls them cycles, when a large update hits, it is all core content, okay? So when you see Torchlight, when you see Diablo, when you see PoE, this is all temporary content. So the temporary content hits the season, and then when the season ends, they move on to the next one. Well, for last Epoch, it's all core content. So since the game balance, the skills, the characters, the visuals, the optimization, the quality of life, the pinnacle boss, the factions, the balance, since it's all core content, it comes to legacy and it comes to cycle. So when the new cycle hits, you have a choice. Do you want to continue your progress with all the new stuff, or do you want to start over, and have a fresh leaderboard and a fresh economy and start over. But the games, the actual core game, the code of the game is identical. So if right now, you know, you haven't played Cycle 2 and you log into your legacy character, you can check out everything new. You don't have to start over. But when you say ladder events, there's not actually like events. There's no cosmetic rewards. There's no achievements. It's just a ladder reset is cycle only. So the ladder reset is cycle only. Hey, Tink. Diablo Immortal is actually a good game. However, even after playing Battle Pass, you are limited to how much you can farm. Also, another bad idea to link your challenge progress as a solo player to clans. That does sound like a bad idea. Events meaning like the mid-cycle events they are about to do. That one, I mean, we're going to see. Maybe that's been confirmed. When I read it, so we're going to be playing Cycle. The event that I am going to hold will be Cycle only. Just because we want to try and do something fun. But when you read the new event coming September 19th, they do call it a Cycle event right here. And they are putting up a new leaderboard. But when you come down here, it says increased faction gain, increase gold, increase unique drops, increase undead spawn rates in the monolith. It says cycle-wide event modifiers will be enabled for all players, including legacy. So when I read that, it makes me think it's coming to both. But of course, the leaderboard reset will be on cycle. Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that. Now, they're going to have another post on September 17th that actually breaks it down more specifically. And I just figured we'll get that. We'll get the info then. Pickaxe Ron, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 8 months. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so we'll run a new event, some kind of race. We're still figuring out the details, but we can't let Den win, which he's going to win. But we're not going to. We're going to try to stop him. Yeah, that's kind of what they haven't officially said that. But yeah, that's what all the alluding looks like, is that when the event ends, the cycle will not end. It'll continue. Which is what's leading people to believe that there will be a delay in cycle 3. In my opinion, the delay is fine. There are still plenty of bugs to squash. This is my thought, is that EHG still has a chance to get the timing right. Just follow me down this rabbit hole for a second, okay? Technically, even without PoE2 dropping yet, it's gonna push Ellie to number 4. Technically, it is number 3 right now. And this has nothing to do with game or your favorite game. I'm talking about size of player base. Diablo 4 is number 1. PoE 2 and PoE 1, which it doesn't even matter, is 2 and 3. And then last Epoch is 4. So if they could make it where 1 month is Diablo 3 or Diablo 4, 1 month is PoE, 1 month is PoE 2, and then that 4th month is last Epoch, they can still find a time slot where there is nothing. Maybe. The problem is that Diablo 4 normally drops a season every 3 months. So if somehow PoE and Diablo had a true schedule, which would suck for last Epoch, it would be D4. Actually, it would be PoE, D4, PoE 2, PoE, D4, PoE 2, and they could literally run the gambit every single month of the entire calendar year. Those 3 games. Every month, something new. If they could get all 3 games to 3-month cycles. As the 3 biggest. I think there's enough room for all of them because people tend to fall off new season a month-ish. But that's what I'm saying. If they fall off every month, every month they will have something new if they played those 3. Then you add in Titan Quest 2, Torchlight Infinite, Undecember. I'm curious if No Rest for the Wicked might move towards a live service model. Whatever other games. We play Dwarven Realms, 7 Cities. I mean, there's just endless competition now. Fingers crossed Titan Quest 2 ends up being fun. Now, Titan Quest 2, I was mistaken on my initial post that they have moved away from a live service model. So Titan Quest 2 will not have seasons. It'll just be basically like Grim Dawn. They'll just get updates, which is fine. My rotation is LE, story game, right? PoE doesn't have the sort function, which I can't live without now. I love that I hate PoE when your build is broken after the season. That's the best thing in LE. I like long-lasting games. I played Diablo 2 for 15 years straight. PoE doesn't have the sort function, which I can't live without. I wish I liked the rogue in LE. It just is so... So look. Blade Dancer's missing a skill. Marksman is missing a skill. And in the base character, if you compared it to, let's say, Mage... it's missing 3 skills. So if you're counting, if you went to play a Mage right now, or you played a Rogue, Mage has 5 full skill trees more than Rogue. 5. It's really bad. They know it. I think I would almost guarantee Rogue is getting a new skill for cycle 3, if not 2. Guarantee it. Is there a way to PM everyone but Den for the race? Maybe what I'll tell Den is we want you to race, but you can't win. You can win for bragging rights. He wouldn't care. No, then you're stepping on mid-seasons too. That's true. I think there's enough room for all of them. Yep. That's why they should just release it. Sounds like collusion to close the market on new entries. We should file a complaint with the FTC. That's why I mostly play LE and PoE 2, sometimes PoE 1, but D4 is not for me. My rotation will be LE, PoE 2, Titan Quest 2. Yeah, we have the same rotation. I tried to go back to D4, and after playing LE, the build diversity in D4 just felt shallow by comparison. Yep. EHG just can't produce enough content to do 3-month cycles. I would prefer if they just accepted a 6-month cycle so people didn't get disappointed with delays. Dude, repeats, I just kind of had that discussion with somebody. First off, it's important for everyone to know that I am the LE shill. I love this game. I love the studio. I know mostly everybody that works there. I got to hang out with them personally in Germany. I really love these guys, and I like what they're producing. It's like, I don't know. I get just as disappointed as other people is what I'm trying to say. And the fact that multiplayer is coming. We're getting multiplayer. And then we don't get multiplayer. And then we don't get multiplayer. And then multiplayer's delayed. And then we finally get multiplayer. And then 091 is delayed. And then 092 is delayed. And then game launch is delayed. And then we get Cycle 2. And Cycle 2 is supposed to come between 3 and 4 months. And it gets delayed to 4.5 months. And in my head, it's like, I legitimately think it's been 6 straight updates of delays. 6. I think it's 6. Like, yeah, we're going to launch the new update within 3 or 4 months. And 6 times straight, they have missed it. It's like, man, even Mike, my buddy, has said over and over again that for Cycle 2, they want to get it back to that, or Cycle 3, they want to get back to that 3 or 4 month window. And it looks like it's going to be like, 5 or 6 months. I don't know. So just like, it just sucks. But if they did a huge update, like every 6 months, they had a massive cycle that completely updated the game. And they did a mid-cycle refresh every cycle. So you get 2 huge cycles and 2 mid-season refreshes. Maybe that's the answer. At least the updates are good. The updates are good. Many of the current ARPGs have been scaled down for projectile skills. I think it's mostly to cater to mobile and not X platform between Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Dude, I love the game too. You could feel the heart that goes into it. I know. Just need to coin a new phrase, EHG soon. I don't think so. 100-man team is pretty large. It's not the finances. They have the money, and they have a large studio now. Yeah, they're over 100 people. Many of the current ARPGs... Oh, yeah. I saw that. Cycle every 6 months, and every 3 months a mid-cycle refresh event. That sounds solid. I agree. I like the idea of longer cycles and also mid-cycle events sprinkled in. And then with it being 6 months, you get... you could you have a lot of time to market it and develop it, and it's much easier to pick a time that works. But anyways, like, yeah, from reading some Reddit posts, it looks fairly definitive that this cycle will be delayed. I don't think they're going to post a cycle in between D4 Vessels of Hatred DLC Season 6 and PoE 2. And if they're not posting it before PoE 2, right? Let's just talk through this logically. If you're not posting it in between D4 and PoE 2, and PoE 2 launches November 15th, that pushes the cycle to December. December week 1, December week 2. EHG is over 100 people now. That's awesome. Happy for them. Yeah, I think they're like 110, maybe even more. People don't realize that EHG financially, okay, this is a good conversation too. People like to make fun of Wolfson, right? Well, what could have been? Wolfson was a huge commercial success. Last Epoch, from a financial perspective, is a huge commercial success. And obviously it looks like they're just getting going, you know. I think they're approaching 2 million copies sold at $30 to $35 a pop, not to mention all the deluxe and ultimate editions, and not to mention their cosmetic store.
Not happening.
And they have a 20% stake investment from Tencent. So people are always like, oh, Last Epoch's not going to survive, they don't have the money. Oh, they have the money. They have the money. So the studio continues to grow. Think how much cash they would have if their cosmetic shop was a smidge better, right? If Tencent is backing you, you don't have money problems. Tencent is money. I know. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah. When will be the Mike stream? Mike takes over in 1 hour and 3 minutes. 63 minutes. 63 minutes. The cosmetics are so bad. What do you mean? Look at my Falcon fist. Do I not look cool? No? Hold on. I know what I'm missing. I don't have the right wings on. Huh? I know the cosmetics need so much work. No, Puffy, I do not think so. Also, they've said that if they didn't have a paid box price, they would have never been able to fund the game at the beginning. So this is a game created off Reddit, and they needed that initial retail box price to fund the development. So no, if they went free to play, it wouldn't have worked out.
Not happening.
Isn't it wild? Tencent owns all of GGG now. Need to hire more artists. Tencent just buys success. They see it. But I bet they got a steal, too. I bet Tencent is cashed in on that investment.
Not happening.
Yeah, the financing thing is interesting. Most say they don't survive. Their money development at the same time you see EHG hiring more people. They're always hiring. EHG is always hiring. I wonder why GGG partner with them. I don't know the story. So normally this is how it works. And I don't know the internal discussion, but it'll be Tencent wants to purchase a part of the studio, 20%, 30%, whatever, and they give a bunch of money. And then normally in the contract, after a certain amount of time, there's an option to purchase more. So then it's like 2 or 3 years go by. Tencent now purchased an additional 20 or 30%. They now own 50. And then the studio grows, and then their new contract allows them to buy an additional 20 or 30% after a couple of years. And they just slowly just eat the ownership until it's their company. Tencent's portfolio is honestly impressive. It is. Is there any idea if the upcoming event will be on legacy servers as well? We just went over that. I can show it again really quickly. So right here, this is the Imperial Uprising event. And it cracks me up that it even says cycle event, right? It literally says cycle event. When you come down here, along with those changes, the following cycle-wide event modifiers will be enabled for all players, including Legacy. So the faction reputation, the gold, the unique, the undead spawn, it says all players, including Legacy. So we're going to get another post on the 17th that breaks down the details. But at least from this wording, yes. That was from 2018. As of now, Tencent owns 100% of the shares. Cycle-wide sounds weird. I know. The communication is so confusing. Mike said the same thing yesterday. Mike said the same thing last week because people were asking about it on the stream. And he's like, well, update 115 and the cycle refresh isn't a new season. It's just the update to... And he's like, I know, it's so confusing. I was like, yes. You can't even explain it because it's so confusing. Hey, what's up, Logout? Hey, Logout, you want to see something? I got something for you. Check this out. When was the last time you saw 34 points to a skill? I've got 31 to Cinder Strike and 34 to Falconry. Yeah, their messaging around this needs to be more concise for sure. Woof, I did not see that. Thanks for doubling back. Hey, you're very welcome. Wow. The amount of people I see weighing the mid event is a new cycle is mind-boggling. Please don't get me started. Now, for the people that are just joining the stream, okay? Let me just quickly explain one more time because I know it's confusing. This build, I am not using a weapon. This is an unarmed build. No weapon. Okay? The reason why I'm not wearing a weapon is because I am using Falcon Fists. And there is a affix on here that is ridiculous. Cinder Strike's melee damage per level of falconry while unarmed. Okay? So we are using Cinder Strike. It's a melee skill. And its base damage is based upon the level of falconry. So, falconry is currently level 34, and this rolled perfectly at 16. So, if you go 16 times 34. That means for not using a weapon, this pair of gloves is giving me a base 544 on my weapon. Base melee 544. That is what we're currently working on. That is a big Owen Wilson. Wow. Mage doesn't have anything like that. No, I don't think Mage has any unarmed. You can go unarmed with Judgment on Paladin and unarmed for Rogue with Cinder Strike. How high can a skill go? So, Aaron, how the hell did you get it to 34? +2 on Phantom Grip. +2 on Phantom Grip. That's 4. +4, perfectly rolled on Falcon Fist. That's 8. 9 with Gambit of the Erased. 2 from Nihilus. And 3 from the helmet. So if this helmet was a tier 7, the highest it could go is 35. I've done the whole thing. 35. So if I had one more point here, it'd be 35. No, I'm not explaining it again. You get it. In comparison, what base damage would you get with a weapon? Well, what's a good weapon? If you had a two-handed weapon, you could get on a melee weapon. If you had the affix and a good roll, maybe 200? Maybe? But then you also get the percent, right? So you get the other 3 affixes. I'm still figuring out how to scale damage, by the way. We actually have so much base that now I need percent. Where normally you're always trying to find base. You're talking a one-hander. Oh, for a one-hander? 100? Maybe 100 base? So 500 is a lot. Yes. Well, since I have no homework, let me get home and load up DR and then tonight's stream. Tonight's game night for Patreons, too. We're going to be playing Speed Freaks. Yeah, 500's a lot. It's like, yeah, 5 one-handed weapons. All right, let's go to the bazaar. I hate to do it. I never use this item. You can get percent damage on shield too. Yeah, So look, we got on this T7 block, T7 flat armor, and cold resistance. Our block chance is 88%. Freaking very silly. I made this shield. This shield has a T7 melee and a T6 physical. So this adds 210. This adds 210. We need a 2LP mountain. Gotta try and figure out how to get critical strike. 3 LP's too expensive. Yeah, 590 million. So silly. I'm doing Christian/religious Q&A for stream tonight. When do you switch to your leveling builds from your main build? When you have the gear. Normally once I hit monoliths. All right, peak of the mountain. What can actually roll on here? All attributes and crit. 290 and 5. 276. That one's not bad. 273 and 4. I think that's the best one. Yeah, Tink, you tell him. Oh, damn. We don't have the favor. Let's just see.
Style or function? Trick question.
By the way, Mike takes over in 48 minutes. Falcon. We need that T7 slam. Dude, there's literally only 4 for sale. Physical, mana, health, dodge, poison, life. More poison. All right, snag you. All right, falconry, health, physical. On here, dex, vitality. Dex. That wasn't dex. Whew. All right, there's the first slam. That is going to take a lot of luck. A lot of luck. Why is Brow DMing me? Okay, if you want to talk about luck being on our side, we're going to slam this, and we want health and falconry. I would also take physical and falconry, but it has to hit falconry. It's going to happen. What? Why are you making that face? I've been on a dry spell.
No matter. They cannot reach me.
Not happening.
Time to turn on streamer client. You think I'm gonna get it? This is the hit. Also, I would, if Logout was here, I kind of had an idea too for use that new shield that gives ward. Try and help drive survivability.
Not happening.
Then I'd have to hear it the whole stream, so I decided against it. First try this time.
How is this possible? Only I should be able to command time here. Unless...
By the way, if we just get the tier 7, that means we will have the maximum amount, 35 points.
Not happening.
I can leave if you'd like. Why in the hell did I go down? I don't know. No, I like it when you're here. Well, I like it when Tink's here more, but you're a close second. Don't worry.
Not happening.
Aww, well, that's true.
Not happening.
It all makes sense now. The Epoch has finally come to me.
Man, that was a very long dungeon. All right, here we go. That's because I hang out and don't harass people. Exactly.
I will have it. So much to learn.
All right, everyone. Peak of the mountain with 2 LP. Putting in our T7 falconry. Best possible outcome is falconry and health. Second best outcome is falconry and physical. For the item to not get dropped on the ground, it has to transfer falconry. Oh, I didn't seal it. And we got... we got falconry and dex tier 1. Well, at least we got the falconry. It was close. Everybody, what is the maximum amount of points you can have on falconry? 35 is the correct answer. 35. Hmm. There it is. Madman, 35. 4 on the helmet, 2 on the amulet, 2 on the ring, 2 on the other ring, 4 on the gloves, and 1 on the relic. Plus 15. Let's see what that did for critical strike chance. I still don't know if it's high enough, but we will see. Oh. Just beat the T7 Harbinger. They're starting to get tanky. They do get tanky.
Not happening.
Was that a 400,000 in there? You could technically get 38 with Talons of Valor, but that would be just for show. Oh my gosh. No, you can't. Falconry only rolls on Helmet. It doesn't roll on Relic. So you get Cinder Strike on there. $39? Is that what it is? Dang. Can you get one more with the belt plus one to physical skills? Use Slinger? Is that what it is? It's right. We can get another one. Got two 2LP Thorn Slingers. No, it doesn't give to the Falconry. It doesn't give to Falconry. Gives the Cinder Strike. Dude, this Thorn Slinger has double health with cleanse on it. What do we lose? Damage? Yeah, physicals on the minion tag. So then, yeah, without the bow, yeah, the bow could give 4. So that would put us to 39. But in this build, it's maxed at 35. There's no more you could get. $35. Which is 560 to base. 560 base. That's not bad. 560.
Not happening.
It's great. It's actually nice, too. On the Nihilus Amulet, I've got almost a perfect mana regen, which I didn't think we would need for this build, but I do. Back in about 40. All right, Mike takes over in 35 minutes. Good afternoon, Aaron. What's up, Mr. Wind Fox? Okay, so if I pulled these, I could save 3, 6, 7. Technically, 3, 6, 7. 4 would go there, and that would give us 3 more points. But we would have a first and second, or we would have a second and third attack. By having a second and third attack, we could spam Falcon whenever we want. And we're going to try a new strategy. Okay, that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Could boost crit. We could take this, we could get 150 to crit strike multiplier. We're now going to test it out, but with this bottom tree. And then you are going back there. Okay. We're just going to continue to test and refine. Get more crit chance. So we've got here 2%. I know it's not a lot. And here, gosh, 1%. That's 3 to base. Man, that is freaking nothing. Then we have 273 here. We've got 36 there. And then in the passive tree, or in the skill tree, we've got crit based upon ignite on the target. You can see the crits going off. It's not terrible. But obviously it could be higher. If we had better rings, better ring rolls, it'd be huge. The maximum those rings could give is 8% base crit, and right now they're giving 3. Be a big difference. Hey, Grills, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following, type in !giveaway. I will draw a giveaway at the end of today's stream.
Not happening. Not happening.
Now, what we were using before is I was using Explosive Trap. And we were just basically taking this node. Whenever you hit an enemy with a melee attack, you attach an Explosive Trap. But this doesn't hold the melee or the physical tag. And I was like, why are we... I was literally just using it as an extra skill. So I decided to go into Smoke Bomb, which boosts our melee base damage. Gives us Crimson Shroud, gives us Silver Shroud, adds Slow and Armor Shred. Still kind of, I don't know if that's the right decision, but that's what we're using for the 5th skill.
Not happening.
You can get 2 shred points for the cleanse in Smoke Shroud. I was also thinking about using it as a movement skill. I was like, technically I could use all of them. I was like, I could dump Shift and dump Shurikens and then throw back on Explosive Trap, right? Because I could just use this as my movement skill. And then it frees up a whole nother skill for like net. I was also contemplating that. I just like Shift. It just works so well. It's so easy.
Not happening.
We now basically have no cooldown on our Falcon.
Not happening.
I know I like Shuriken armor too. Also, we got 24 points to Shuriken. "27 minutes. 27 minutes. We're going to get a bingo today." We will.
Not happening.
I also need to test out how much damage just the Falcon does. I legit have no idea. I feel like it hits pretty good. Oh yeah, not having a cooldown on Falcon and not having to really worry about mana, that is definitely the better way than Cinder Strike first hit. It's a Falcon strike build now. Don't say that. After this run, we'll go back to the training dummy and just see what it's doing. Because right now I do take the crit multiplier inside of the passive tree. Your minions gain additional critical strike multiplier of your uncapped critical strike avoidance. Crit avoidance right now we're at 125. But I could boost that way higher if I wanted to. We should do that. Just for testing purposes. New bingo challenge. No categories that haven't been used in a previous bingo. Oh, man. We could do that for next week, but it's all set up right now. It's a good idea. That's going to be really hard. Okay, crit strike avoidance is now at 190. That will be hard. Start submitting ideas now, right? Yeah, that would be that's a challenge for sure. Except the same questions are asked every time. That's why we did bingo. It's a meme. What? Okay. We'll do just smoke bomb and Falcon. 30,000. 50,000. Oh, damn. The Falcon hits for over 100. It is kind of a Falcon build. I saw a 143 on the Falcon and a 195 from the Cinder Strike. Well, if we're just like hitting together. So we're like even. Obviously, I'm hitting a lot more, but that was with me juicing it too with critical strike avoidance.
Hello, traveler. Do not dwell on regrets.
All right, what did we get from that one? Ignite and damage over time and fire. Huh. That's a triple fire. No. Bow. T5 physical drill cores. No. Mana regen. No. What else we get? And we could throw the Twisted Heart in the next one. Yeah, this has lightning resistance on it, which I guess technically we need. And this one has attunement and a T4 health, which we don't need attunement. Phantom grips are hard to come by. Man, this is like 1 to minion skills, 1 to crit. Oh, crit strike chance. Oh, can only go to 2. Minion can go to 4. Never mind. Yeah, the most you can get is 4. The crit strike on these is basically good. Oh, that's right. So you're looking for a 2 to minion and a 2 to crit. The rings are so damn expensive because they're so good for all situations. I wonder if those get a balance update 6 months from now.
Oh, that one's pretty.
I don't even have enough favor. Why am I always out of favor? It's like I spend it all the time. I don't know. I know, me either. It's a mystery. It has to have 2 to minion skills. Can't even look at it if it doesn't have 2 to minion skills. Dodge rating. Critical strike chance. 2 LP. So I'm looking for one that has a 2 to minion skills and 2 to critical strike chance. 65 million, 90 million. Seriously crazy. This one, though, with 2 LP, it's kind of interesting. Hey, what's up, chummy? This is the best one. T6, almost highest rolled critical strike chance. 2 to minion skills, 1 to crit strike. That's the best one. Million gold. Look at that. It won't go away. Come on, EHG. The hell is that? There it is. It's gone. I know. I wish this right here, Shadow Hunter's base crit chance. Your bow attacks have improved base critical strike chance. I wish that said bow and melee, because then we would for sure take that skill. Okay. We are now maxed again with our skills. I feel like I feel good where Cinder Strike is at. Which is 32 points? Yeah, 32 points to Cinder Strike.
Not happening.
Yeah, and since you could share the tag, you can slam it on a unique in any class and use it. Mmm.
Not happening. Easy. Not.
They have a guide about Merchants Guild and how to make gold in the auctions. There's not a guide to it. I could probably make a video on how to make gold. ultimately it's pretty simple, but it comes with like you need to have knowledge on what's good. I mean, there's not. You need to know what idols are rare and what items normally sell. Guilty, that's a pretty good video idea for boot camp. How to make money in MG.
Not happening.
Also browse the loot filter for this current meta. Oh, for how to make money in MG. Here's the loot filter for it. It's a good idea. All right, 14 minutes. Yeah, we are definitely starting to see more crits.
Not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
I don't even know what other skills I would use. If I use you as my movement, it would save these two skills. One of them would be explosive trap, which doesn't do a lot, but you attach an explosive trap when you hit. I don't even know what the fifth skill would be. Net? You throw a smoke bomb after jumping. How the hell does that work if you have smoke bomb as a traversal?
Not happening.
Die. All right, everybody, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Not happening.
Can you get ignite chance on a shield? You can get ignite on a shield, right? No? Quiver. You can get it on a quiver, not a shield. Well, that's not fair.
Not happening.
You forgot to enter. You're going to win this time. No, now why did I say that? Now if you do win, everyone's going to say it's rigged, which it's not.
Not happening.
Pre-rigged? No. I don't think so. By the way, Den, our last race winner, who won the race before that too, said, I'm so excited that EHG has full Steam Deck support coming, so I can now work on the races while I'm also at work. Unbelievable.
Not happening.
The true gamer right there. Dedicated. I know. Almost out of water. Okay, we're gonna run one more. Then I'm gonna go bring in Mike. I'm gonna go refill my water. So we're ready to go. And I'll probably manually run an ad so I could turn off pre-rolls for a while.
Not happening.
I hope Mike's got good stuff for us today. I hope.
Not happening.
More ads. I feel like when I can remember, anytime I take a break or something's about to start, like podcast, I want to run a pre-ad. It's the only way I know how to turn them off. By the way, I haven't really confirmed yet, but I'm hoping we'll have a Town Portal podcast this coming Wednesday with creator of Dwarven Realms, Crater. Frosty said he can make it work. I haven't told Crater yet.
Not happening.
What item was your race for again? You had to find a +2 to skills Nihilus amulet and slam a T7 health on it. Sheesh. Yep. That was the race. All right, what do we got? It was an easy one. Would it take a week? Belts. Oh, that had poison and cold. That's why we lost our cold resistance. Maybe we could slam a new slinger. Physical mana regen. I've got two LPs. And a 3 LP COF. I got so much sorting to do. My new stuff banks are full. Egg. I figure once we get all the info on this new stash tab priority, we'll redo everything. And this is stuff for sale. That's the next slam. All right. Sweet. Mike should be starting any second. And he is started. No ads. It won't even let me run an ad. I guess one must have just played.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to another Last Epoch dev stream. As usual, I'm your host, Mike. Hello, how's it going? Good to see you there. Oh, been a whole week, gosh darn. All right, we're gonna hop right back in. If this is your first time here, glad to have you. Wonderful to see you. I assume we're probably mostly veterans at this point, but that's all right. If you have any questions, please put at Last Epoch Game in the question, and I'll be happy to answer it. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Oh my goodness.
What happened to his face?
There you are. There's a shrine just outside the city.
Maybe I should read it.
That's better.
Sorry, Kyle. I'm going this way. I'll bring that up. Gotta find it. We're actually gonna we're gonna pretend we're doing this right. Cool.
Okay.
All right. How's everybody doing? Feeling good? I'm excited to actually have some more info soon on what's coming, what's happening, details, right? Everyone's looking for details.
I'm looking for details, sir.
I wonder how loose-lipped I'm allowed to be. Hi, Aaron. Good to see you. I'm still chasing the raptor dream. Okay, let's try and get ahead. I've actually caught up in level to appropriate spot. We've got all our idols done. How's our passives quests?
Mike
Well,
died.
that was fast.
We already got the middle spot.
I just wanted to get it out of the way early, so there was no doubt it was gonna happen or not. You know, it's just totally intentional and not
Perfect.
at all accidental. Yep. First question. Hey, Mike. I was thinking about Arena. I wanted your thoughts on taking a page from the Arena bullet hells like Vampire Survivor. Waves of enemies with a buff choice at each round that hold the rewards until the end. Yes. I will post some suggestions in the forum. Well, thank you very much. I mean, this is basically what the Arena Champions mode is, right? It's not endless, but it is that. You know, like there's at the end of, I think it's every 5 waves, there's a choice of buff and reward to get. Enemy buff and reward. So yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Dude, that would be sick. Brow, that's a great idea.
Hey, a Temporal Sanctum key. We were actually looking for that last time. Which means we can now go slap something on our chest piece, because we have been waiting to do that.
On an offhand
Yeah,
catalyst,
right,
you can get all the offensive affixes you
I'm gonna go right there. Next waypoint I get to, I'm actually just gonna go straight there, I think. Death Must Die recently introduced the Armory and item browser for your stash. Would you be interested to implement such a feature in LE? An item browser, I haven't seen the system they implemented. When you say an item browser for your stash, dash. Is that like a web extension so you can like look at it online? Is that what you mean? And we're not huge on like, so if that is what it is, we're generally not huge on bringing that game data to like readily outside of the game too much if possible. You do already have that option, so we just warp back. Middle spot, yeah, there you go. Hey Mike, happy Friday. Do you think with Pinnacle being placed at the 300 corruption range, you've left yourselves with enough room to add fun power creep options while maintaining its difficulty for the foreseeable future? I mean, yeah, I think there's
I like that.
I think that we're going to see something similar happen in Last Epoch as we've seen in, you know, several other similar games in the genre, where you have a boss that's the hardest thing in the game. Like, let's use Diablo 2 as an example. When it launched, Diablo was the hardest boss in the game.
Like when you died. Yep.
Now, figure there's also, like I said, it is part of
And you know, that hardest boss in the game changed a few times as they release new content, as they release new stuff. And I think that's a similar sort of thing is gonna happen, where we keep adding new stuff and new content and new bosses and things like that. And Aberoth sort of becomes a step on the way to whatever the next big bad is that shows up. Would be sort of my expectations of just how, you know, RPGs work in general. But no, we are not going this way. We are going to real quick. Boop. We're gonna try it. Leave a key. I think I have a chest stashed away for it. Yeah, okay. Cool. I want that T7 vitality on their Urine's Wisdom. It's not going to happen, but we're going to try.
Not with that attitude. It can happen.
55. Oh, this is actually like appropriate content. Yeah, so so I think there's room for, you know, harder bosses to show up, and also just player power to increase faster as well, so that, you know, it's less of a big deal.
You can't get ignite on
Trapped
a
right at the start.
catalyst.
That's funny.
Yeah, Mike died already.
We only have one key, so I'm gonna be a little cautious here, and I'm just gonna like kill stuff, and because I don't want to waste the key.
That's fine. You're only level 52.
We're gonna be a little careful. Right. Hi Mike. What reason would someone who plays only COF do a fresh start with the season reset versus to continue to just play with the current cycle characters on Legacy? Is there going to be any difference? Great question. The one thing, there's only one thing, and it's a really narrow thing, and for most people you're gonna go, oh, so there's nothing. And so all it is that the ladder is refreshed. So if you want to compete on the ladder, you need to make a cycle character.
Boom. Coming to
That's
Legacy and Cycle, mid-cycle refresh. There's nothing
you don't
new
care,
to Cycle.
if you're not gonna like push ladder,
There you go.
So yeah, from the sounds of it, I would probably recommend not worrying about it and just keep playing your characters and having fun with them. If you're enjoying it, keep going, you know? This is the, like, Mike's gonna randomly put points places and then start following a guide halfway through but not respec anything build. Yeah. Ooh, nice base to craft on. All right, Is there any plans to add an item or dungeon that allows us to change an item base? I keep the stats but reroll silver ring into a sapphire ring, for example. It's possible. I know we've discussed doing something like this before, and we've shied away from it in the past. It's not impossible, and it's something we could do in the future, but we don't have any specific and immediate plans for it. It's a pretty fundamental thing. Like, so there's, if you can, say you can reroll the base of an item any number of times with just like, you just need to do a dungeon to reroll the base of an item. And once it's like rerolled, you can reroll it again.
What I missed?
It kind of takes
New
one
event
of
will be
the,
cycle and legacy
like,
only, or both.
How it says you're trying to find an item of a specific base type, right? And you have all of the factors that make up what that item is you're looking for, like certain affixes, certain rolls on those affixes, all these little things. And so there's a chance of getting all those things, and then you multiply that by the number of base types that exist for that slot, and that's the chance you'll get the total chance to get that item, right? Now, if you take something where like you can just do a dungeon and re-roll that base type, you've taken a multiplier, a chance multiplier, and created it to be additive instead of multiplicative. So it's it makes finding the item you're looking for significantly easier, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but we just need to, like, if we do add something like that, because it's taking away another multiplier, we need to be careful about when we do it and make sure that we're prepared to remove another way of scaling with a multiplier, and we're okay with that before we do it. Well, that's cool. Forgot about that one. I just redid my idols and actually to try and fill in some resistances and stuff, but a proper effect would be nice. I do like the idea of being able to reroll it though. You almost want it to be like a one-time use thing per item, or just something that's difficult to do, or maybe something that comes with a cost. I don't know. All those things are still multiplicative to additive though, so it's still the same issue. All right.
The Epoch. Finally, I will have its power.
Through the door.
Finally.
Okay. Trying really hard not to die here. This is our only key.
Don't die, Mike.
Get another question. Get more questions in here. Come on, Mike. What are you doing? Next one. Follow up. No, it's in game. Just a search option for your entire stash. Oh, we have that.
That's already in there.
Kane, is that labeled stash tabs? I was getting a little bit of a hard time for having such a messy stash. I decided to clean it up a little bit and actually like try a little bit. I feel bad rummaging around in my stash on stream, and I just never remember to like log into the public client to mess up to like fix my stash in between streams.
Come on. I'll organize it for you.
But I did it one time, and I've been trying to upkeep it. Shatter that, I think. Shatter that. No, we do want to go this way. Open! Haha, nice. Perfect.
Man, our fire resistance
is there
is
plans
horrible.
to have your current map arena not reset when you use a town portal? If we had a way of doing that, yes, we would do that. We don't have a way to do that right now, so we're not doing it. It is an unfortunate problem to have.
I will have it.
Come on, Mike. Kill her.
Yeah, shoved her just aside enough. I do like that, getting her into the phase during this. Gonna hit her again. Oh no!
That Warcry pushed her back. Not
I'm
good.
like, I'm gonna be careful so I don't die. Oh, also me.
Escape is impossible.
Keep forgetting that it's in totem mode.
Escape is impossible.
Clicking on shards, man.
Oh, I'm out of potions. He's not drop potions. Bart. Yes.
That's one feature I miss as COF, being able to enter monos more than once at a time for prophecies trigger and shower with loot.
Some okay stuff in there. All right, but we know what we're doing. We're coming here. We're getting our chest. That's right. Nope, not configure tab. Asking about the search. So here's the stash wide search here. So if you want to do like fire, all the tabs that have something with fire in them are here and are highlighted. Yeah. Easy peasy. I should have crafted on it first. Could have brought the 2 strength up probably. Ah, whatever.
Nice job,
Not
Mike.
the end of the world. Stash some stuff away. Oh, that's got LP. Gotta keep it organized, right?
That's right.
Gotta keep it organized. This. Fine, but not amazing. Maybe I can craft into something decent. Cold pen.
Nope. It's bad. Your minion build. Crit does nothing for your raptors.
There we go.
Minion damage. Minion
All right,
health.
it is so hot in here today. My goodness. My goodness. More questions. All right, only asking for a vague response here. I can do vague. I can do vague. All right, can you step in and say if some of the YouTubers' predictions saying that the presence of a cycle refresh pushes 1.2 to earliest January next year are not the case? Oh my goodness, there's like a negative in there at the earliest. That is so confusing. I have no comment whatsoever on this. I'm sorry. I have literally zero information whatsoever on this topic at all. I'm sorry.
I get asked
All
this
right. Does
so
the
often.
lizards have a name? Oh, they can have names. They can have like they can have
should
special
put that in
names.
dev chat.
When you find them, like you may not know this, but like minions, the name up here sometimes randomly will just be something different and weird.
Now imagine if Mike said things might get pushed back a little bit, but no way it's January, right? No comment.
How did it get its loot? I'm not sure how it got its loot, to be frank with you. It probably it's just, you know, rummaged around all the areas that closed over the years, and it just picks up the leftovers that everyone leaves behind. Is he a thief, or are we thieves? I mean, you're taking something from him. Not really asking. Can you steal from a thief? I don't know.
Time to embrace the 6-month cycle. Oh, I can't.
What is the loot lizard lore? I don't have a ton of info on loot lizard lore. I'm sorry.
Oh, I can't even think about it.
I think there'll be some little tidbits when it comes though. Nice. And
6-month cycle.
someone tried to ping me and it didn't work. That's okay though. Me and my friends spent like 20 to 25 hours this cycle, and we only got 2 obsidian residences and 7 golden residences. Both are COF players. Are you going to remove obsidian residences, only have golden residences, or can you buff obsidian residence at least? I mean, that is dramatically below the expected rate. So I don't know if there's a bug in there, something that's causing it to be slower than expected, or you just got unbelievably unlucky, or some dropped in they weren't seen, or I don't know. But the that is very far below rate.
Yeah, that's bad.
I don't have any help for support stuff right now. If you, I see someone asking about like offline accounts. The save files for offline saves are all stored locally on your computer. So we don't store those on our servers.
Mike doesn't know the loot lizard lore. Rip.
So if something happened to them, it's like it's either hiding on your computer somewhere or it's gone. We don't keep a backup of it. Usually when I see someone having an issue like this, it's because of like Steam Sync getting confused, being open on multiple computers at the same time sometimes, and overriding what the like saved Steam Sync version of the offline save files are. So you're playing, and then it's like, no, I've got something better online. I'll just override it. It like overwrites your local files. Sometimes that can happen because like timestamps, like file timestamps, get messed up sometimes.
Okay, we for sure have cycle 3 when guilty. That counts for that last question. Forums in Discord. We've got forums in Discord. Loot Lizards is new event.
All right, then they probably told you the same thing when you contacted support. So, all right. So speaking of stash tabs, can we get collapsible quick stash tabs? Collapsible quick stash tabs? What's collapsible quick stash tabs?
Is GGG scared of PoE 2 early access? What? Probably not. It's their game. Probably not. Why would they be scared? Oh, you're talking about
have
pushing back
all
their
of
cycle?
the fancy PoE tabs.
Unknown.
If that's what it's referencing. I only have some of them.
I think they're looking at it more from a business decision.
I'm not sure what collapsible quick stash tabs are.
Updated. Thank you.
All right. Mike, with D4 having an expansion in October and PoE 2's beta happening in November, is it safe to say that we won't see a new cycle until at least December? I'm sorry, I have no comment whatsoever on the release of the next major cycle content.
Oh, Mike's getting mad.
Zero information, nothing. Literally, you can't say a gosh darn thing about it.
D4, PoE, bottom right. Guilty.
Hey, Mike, how are you? I'm pretty good, thank you. DGIF, yeah, I really like streams, so, you know, I like Fridays too.
Somebody asked him about
what
the
happens on
release.
Friday because you get to stream. Not that I'm like excited for the week to be. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, I'm glad you're having
Let
fun.
me in. I can totally jump that high. Come on.
Damn, even the devs are under NDA.
Just wanted to ask again about the merch store. You asked me to keep asking, but if it's annoying, I won't bring it up again until next week. Also, with stash tab layout gets which stash tab layout gets priority when cycle characters get moved to legacy? Which stash tab layout gets priority when cycle characters get moved to legacy in the refresh on the 19th? My cycle stash is immaculate, and I try not to think about my legacy stash. Okay,
That's a good question.
this is the exact same thing that happened. Yeah, I gotta get inside here. The exact same thing that happened with when 1.0 rolled over and 1.1 started will happen again. So your current stash will become a remove only stash in your legacy stash, and your legacy stash stays your legacy stash.
Okay, everybody, I just need little water.
So you'll have
Cover
access to
for
everything.
me. Be right back.
But the tabs themselves are just they exist there as their own thing, as a remove only stash.
That offer. You ready to head out then?
We can go take a look at the drop down if you want.
The scalebane
I might have to make a character.
sucks. The scalebane use these to stage ambushes. Makes me sick to see them exploit our people like this.
Game dev question: how does Last Epoch do testing / QA? I mean, I'll give you the brief overview of this because it is a very in-depth topic that we can talk about for hours. But the short version is that there's different types of QA testing. So there's like a new feature's been implemented into the game, and it's not yet merged all the way in. It's on a branch, so it's describe branches, Mike. Okay, so there's when you're working on a large set of files over the internet together, you use a program called Git or Perforce or some other things. But there's a source control program. We're using Git, and the main thing in Git is that there are branches. So you can say like, hey, there's the main like trunk of the tree that everyone's working on, and you start working on a branch that's off to the side, and you make some change, and then you say, hey, can someone come over here and test this branch, the changes I made, make sure these changes are good, and then we'll merge it into the main branch, and then that like makes it into the game proper. And so when you have a feature ready on a branch, you submit it to QA, and QA tests it, make sure the changes that you made did what they said they were gonna do, didn't cause any other problems. And if that's successful, then it goes to get merged into the main branch, and depending on the release schedule, it might be set to go into a patch specifically or just go into the main branch. But and then very very regularly, it's every day, there's testing that happens on I guess I could go for the rest of it. Whatever. So there's like just constant testing, so regression testing to make sure that things didn't get worse from doing new things. That's just always happening. Then QA testing is also about when new bugs are reported, making sure those bugs are like important and actually are bugs, and getting proper reproduction steps for them created. So it's easy to like. It's important. That's a big part of it is getting proper reproduction steps for bugs, so that you know, like, okay, if I spin around in a circle 3 times and you swipe, it always does this thing no matter what. So I have a very consistent way of saying, like, okay, I made a change in the game, and I spin around 3 times and you swipe, oh, it didn't do it, so it's fixed now. So consistent repro steps is a big part of it too. Because quite often we get bug reports where it's just like, this is broken. That's it. You're like, okay, well, let's find out how it's broken.
Impossible.
Yeah, there's a lot more. I'm kind of glossing over a ton of stuff. I don't want to go too deep on it. But I hope that gives you a little bit of an idea on how it's done. Very standard.
Impossible. Too long have we all
All right, what do you think about PoE mechanics such as juicing and Atlas Tree, gotta catch 'em all type progression? Anything you've considered in last Epoch with some type of revamped or expanded monolith system? Yeah. I mean, PoE's been doing fantastic endgame systems for a decade now, right? Like, they've clearly got a lot of it dialed in. They know what they're doing on it, and you know, there's a lot of good things that we can learn from PoE about our own endgame system and how to make it better and all that sort of stuff. You know, we really try to look at those systems in the context of that game, and like try to see what goals it's trying to accomplish and that sort of stuff, and try to understand what it's doing rather than just trying to transplant a system, because that almost never actually works, because the systems are usually built with the like the surrounding and underlying systems in mind, and just trying to take that one and just slap it over in last Epoch, it rarely works that smooth. But yeah, there's definitely tons of stuff there that is lots of good styles of things that we haven't explored fully yet.
Not bad, right? Dude, I'm looking at the stream chat. There's a lot of very long questions.
Hi, Mike. Big fan. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thoughts on the slight tweak to arena rewards mechanics? Seems like a good way to add endgame content with less work than new systems. Sorry for your post. Forgot the tag. No worries. The arena is a tricky monster. So if we ever make the arena like viable for farming, like it's a good enough place to get gear that you'll be interested in going there specifically for the purposes of farming gear, it's a bit of a dangerous it's a bit of a dangerous thing to do, because you get very quickly like just zero button passive builds that'll you'll drop them and go as far as they'll go automatically. You know, you don't even have to bot or do anything. And you know, that's not the type of gameplay we really want to encourage too much. So it kind of needs to come with a little bit more of a significant update to other systems at the same time to make that not optimal. Make proper interaction better at the same time. So, you know,
I'm working on it.
I'm not opposed to it as like in theory, but it is I know it's tricky to make it function smoothly and not have other problems that it causes, which is something we've been a little cautious about. Maybe too cautious.
Bobby, realistically early next week, I think.
And I'm down there. Big jumps. God. Delicious. All right. You don't need to make a new character on my account. I'll take a look at again on Legacy. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, it's just in the top left corner of your stash. There's a drop down, and it'll say like cycle 1.0, or yeah.
That's right, Dan.
May even have 2 there already. Oh, don't forget to put that last Epoch game in the question, so I know you're looking to get it answered by me. Oh, here's one though. Legion Shield's asking, hello, I was wondering if possible if you could squash a rumor mill. I keep hearing / reading that the devs don't want players reaching 1,000+ corruption, and the ideal situation is players builds capping out around 300 corruption. Is this true at all? And if so, why is corruption allowed to scale endlessly and not have a cap if it's not realistic outcome of players playing in high corruption? Sorry if this has been asked recently. I've been missing a couple streams. That's fine. I'd say the general goal we target most things around is 300.
Boom.
Like if you look at the things like the way the game balances related systems.
Yup.
And like things that happen at different breakpoints, and like the relative difficulty of other content to 300 corruption. It kind of just there's a lot of indicators there that say like, hey, this is the sort of like where the pinnacle of difficulty we've really been targeting. Why is it endless and not just capped if that's where we want people to be generally hanging out? I mean, having something to strive for is, I think, great. And having that ability to just be like, I want to push just a little bit more, maybe I can push just a little bit more. That's a real big incentive for a lot of people. That's something that people really like doing, is just seeing how much higher it can be. And if we've got things balanced right, regardless of if that's a thing or not, having it is fun. So I think it's
Legion, who asked the question, and anybody out there who can think logically knows the reason why they do not cap it. You know. It serves a different purpose.
I don't know why I didn't start with that node. Really should have started with that node. Frenzy Totem's real good. I just gotta use it. I'm like, just swipe. Nothing else. One button. Yeah,
I have no
Berserk
idea.
through the stun.
High. 10,000, 5,000.
Mike, you have entertained us before with a bee costume. What would it take for the community to convince you to wear a loot lizard costume on stream? A charity goal hit for it, maybe? You know, I probably shouldn't say this, but the bar for convincing Mike to dress up in a costume, real low.
Real low.
The hardest part is just usually convincing me to go get one, because I have no skills to speak of that would help in creating one. But yeah, maybe we can figure something out for a specific stream or something. Or a challenge, I don't know. Yeah, I like that idea. Kind of useless for us. Weird
heard him.
hodgepodge of stats.
Time to get Mike a Mike-size loot lizard. I'll wear lederhosen for him, too.
I jumped this. I don't think it'll let me. Nah.
We'll do a dual
It
stream.
was worth a shot.
I like how the guy
Go ahead and see
Legion
what's
said
up.
to squash a rumor. And Mike
Stuff.
didn't squash
Oh my
rumor. He's
God,
like,
I've
no,
been
that's
ambushed.
literally exactly where the
Who
game
could
is
have possibly
balanced
seen
around.
this series of events happening?
You guys want to see Mike in the bee costume? Here you go.
Hi Mike, a long ARPG player here. Glad to have you here. The more I play Last Epoch, the more I'm convinced corruption mechanic in the monolith is flawed. Progression is slow, even with catch-up glyphs. Having to push corruption
can't
on
see it.
every
Mike's
monolith
face is in the
separately
way.
is a pain in the butt. Top of that,
on the backpack.
if you change build and the end up being less powerful, it is annoying to lower the difficulty. I mean, lowering the difficulty should be pretty easy. There's just like a node right in the middle, and you just drop it, right? Like that should be, unless I'm missing something there. The way that the maybe we're talking about the fact that it has to like reset the tree to change corruption. That's kind of something that's baked into the way the way corruption's set up in general, and the way the tree generates, I guess. Oh.
Farewell.
Yeah. So probably not much we can do there. All right. Come on, stay still, please. Just you know, you just
The whole
don't
corruption
move.
balance is a large
Just pretend
topic.
you're gonna move, but then don't.
When
Yeah,
is a build
that's
considered
fair.
to go above 300 and state in broken OP needs nerf? Example, if you can rush 600 corruption
What
with
else
blue
is there in
items.
that?
First 2 red rings. For me, second one can still be balanced, right? Yep. But it won't be as problematic.
Make sure we don't die again. And yeah, like, so it's entirely possible you could just be right about that. I don't know. About the corruption being flawed as a system. Entirely possible.
I made this. Oh, come on.
We are like targeting some bigger changes to the monolith system in general, not specifically around corruption scaling. There's always room for improvement in the systems.
Then you will find both
Yes, here we go.
Keep in mind, picking one ally is the same as shunning another. While you're allied with one,
Jeffrey on YouTube, I got you.
How'd switching to the updated engine for internal development go? Great. Yeah, it's something we've been working on for a while now, so it went quite smooth. As people have been testing it a whole bunch. Can we
Jeffrey, watch
They doing?
this.
move enough? Yeah. Arena, monolith. Shade of Orbis, exalted.
Some benefit,
Rings?
not reasons.
Sure. Like the server tier 3, that's not gonna happen.
It was awesome, Exathius. We beat Space Marine 2 first stream.
Yeah. Grab one of those. Do we have any of these? We don't need those. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll deal with this later. On the list of super exciting things Mike could be wasting his time at. Top of the list.
Mike's wasting his time getting prophecies for COF. That's pretty
It
funny.
was the most recent maps removed because they were too small. They were by far the best Nemesis farming maps, and would like to at least see linear maps that are more optimal than some of the really open maps we have. Currently running the Nemesis farm isn't better loot than running Echoes for more boss loot. It just gives you an option for engaging
Nemesis
quicker.
farming.
For egging
That's
quicker.
so funny. Oh, that's funny.
I mean, yeah, those I don't know why. That was probably part of it, though. I would not be surprised if that was a big chunk of it.
No, man. Action RPG community is just so hilarious. You could find
Usually
one little
it's
thing that
something
gives
like
you
that.
value.
Like, it might not be stronger.
This map
but it's
is
kind of a
small, so I could find more
boring play pattern that
Nemesis.
isn't
I'm just gonna
really,
keep going in and out.
like playing the game, you know?
So funny. But you hear what he's saying. They removed the very two small maps because people would go in, see if Nemesis is there, leave, go in, over and over and over again, just farming Nemesis. Of course.
like Aberoth or Julra's Void Beam, dark purple instead of the hot pink color it is. Now, depends how hot pink it is, because like really hot, like matte hot pink is the missing texture color.
Hey, you're welcome.
It's possible that something's just missing. But we wouldn't make it the same as enemy abilities. We try to keep those distinct where we can, just so it's more obvious when like you're in the fight. If you're doing it, you're like, if you use it and it's the same as the boss you're fighting, it can be sometimes tricky to tell if you're standing in a dangerous thing or not. So we try not to have shared abilities too much across boss fights. Arena champions being a notable exception. Alright, any thoughts of currency system other than gold for trading? I imagine it would be exciting to see boss or monster pack drop loot that is something equivalent to a giant gold pile that you know is worth a lot of value, instead of several small gold piles. DT runes and PoE exalt such divines come to mind. I mean, it is possible.
I just
we don't have
reset
anything like that planned at the
arena
moment. It's a pretty gigantic change to the economy.
Trade Aaron was kind of late.
So no plans to, but you know, we always have discussions about stuff like this.
Man, it's good tea.
Will we retain gold from Legacy when the cycle progress is reset on the 19th? I can ignore Legacy stash tabs if I want to continue on my character, but suddenly having a ton of gold might feel bad. So all of the rollover is going to happen exactly the same way it happened last time. So when you go to Legacy and you open your stash, there's a button that says transfer materials, and so that would transfer your like all of these crafting materials and your gold and anything that's like part of your stash but doesn't fill up a spot in your stash get transferred over. Like blessings you've discovered, like the ones that are unlocked at the base level, I think that gets transferred. You know, things like that that's like doesn't take up any space but it's in your stash. Those all have a button in your stash that if you press that button, it moves them over. So they don't move by default, but they can move if you want them to. If you don't want anything from Cycle to transfer over to Legacy, just don't do anything and it'll be totally fine. If you're like, I don't want my Cycle anything to infect my Legacy account, great, it won't. Just ignore it and don't touch anything. It's fine.
Don't touch it.
If you do want it to transfer over, however, you can access it all from just going to your stash in a town. All right. Next question. Any plans for another bow wielding class? Yeah. I'd really, there's a couple options here. My personal choice on something like this, I'd really like to see is more of a like hunter style, like bow and pet type class that would go well on Primalist as a mastery, or possibly showing up as like, there's lots of different ways we can do this that we've discussed. We've talked about, and this is like not planned, not set in stone, not soon. But that's what I'd like to see personally. I think that would be the most fun. The other option is putting it on an item and then letting that item be wielded by a Primalist.
Hunter. We want a barbarian.
Because the problem is right now you can't just slap a bow on other classes because they don't have any attacks with a bow other than basic attack. And even that wouldn't work without the animations. But the... So yeah, we'd have to either we have to give them another ability somehow. Whether it's through making a new ability or putting an ability on a bow to give to them, or by converting an existing ability to work similarly to how rogue basic attacks work, where they are either melee or ranged abilities. Serpent Strike's the one that always gets suggested from that category. I don't know if it's doable or not, but that's the one that always gets suggested.
Benjamin, what decision? What do you mean?
What are we doing for passes? What's next? This? Yeah, okay. I'll take crit. I like crit. Oh, the crit. Will there ever be seasonal challenges for cosmetics or other rewards similar to PoE? Yep.
Good question.
If I wear a loot lizard outfit, you'll make a loot filter? Anything special about this loot filter? Just you never used one? Would it be the lore in the game alone with having a primal Tasmanian devil mob in the game? If it would work, personally, I would be an awesome mob to add that attacks, chases you around the echoes with different damaging types of warpath. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Just like a little spinning dust ball behind you. What game franchise would you like to make a collab in LE4? Some of my favorite events and other games have been collabs. I mean, the obvious one that comes to mind is PoE, which I think would be very cool. Like, there's games that are there's different types of collabs. I guess there's like thematically similar collabs, and you have like two like space games that have nothing to do with each other, like gameplay and functionality and genre wise, but they do share a theme. And then there's also like
Benjamin, I think you're talking about offline mode. You're talking about offline mode, and you think that EHG gives me streamer privileges? That's what you're saying?
Make the same item exist in PoE and Last Epoch, like the same unique item.
March 19th,
like
baby!
A fun and interesting unique item that could be created in both games that could be the same on purpose.
I think he's talking about offline mode.
I like there's kind of nothing in it for them, so I don't really see a reason why they'd want to do it. It's just advertising for us, really, at that point.
No, but you're saying private servers. You're talking about
like, I guess it's
people
more like the
on
IP I
private
most
servers.
care about as a crossover.
I don't know. Maybe I missed something.
I mean, the ones that, like, immediately I'm like, well, yeah, I'd love to do like Zelda crossover of some sort, but like you can't really in a game like that too much, unless you put like one of it starts at 5. That's the lowest it can be. You put like a like a unique
March
item in the game that
19th.
is one of Link's weapons or equipment or something like that. I don't know. It's hard to do because of the size difference of the games and things like that. All the ones that I'm like gonna fangirl about are significantly farther ahead.
The only privilege Aaron has is me as a mod. That's my main privilege.
It's also got to be like bi-directional usually, where like they'd have to want to put something from our game in their game as well. Maybe you talk to the Titan Quest guys. Ah. TQ2's coming.
Oh, you didn't get any red rings? I haven't gotten any.
All right. Could we get Mike in a bee costume as a very low chance Harbinger replacement? I mean, I'm on board. Let's do this. Would it be bad if we could just select desired corruption only gated by player power? Then players will always be engaged in correct difficulty. I don't think that would be bad. I did lose a debate from that standpoint about 2 weeks ago, though, so I might be the wrong person to ask.
I mean, I've got an awesome computer, so Unity runs fine for me. But you got to remember, I've been playing this game for 5 years on Unity. Like, I've seen the progression of
More
the game
questions
from Kickstarter,
Love how you guys always have questions for me.
which is extremely
How's Muffin Man
impressive.
doing? I must know, Mike. Doing fantastic. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna be out on the 20th. So I won't be here on the 20th, and I'm not sure what we're gonna do exactly. I'm hoping someone can fill in. Maybe it'll be
Benjamin,
Muffin.
do you
Maybe
play
it'll be someone
D4?
else. But I will be having the most boring day of my life on the 20th. Right, you've given us a boring play pattern of using Glyph of Envy for farming boss loot for 2 LP. If you're going to put that system in the game, we should be able to egg 0 LP items at a decent rate. Yeah, so that was an unfortunate side effect of trying to fix another problem.
Benjamin, I hear you ranting. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand. And I really mean this. I'm trying to be respectful to your opinion. You're saying Unity bad, Last Epoch bad because they give favoritism to streamers? I just want to understand. And then you could do your thing.
I'd really like to see a shift in the Nemesis system a little bit to be a little bit more flexible. Like allowing 1 LP items in, but it treats them as 0. It's like I just don't care.
Do you say Diablo 4 good?
Or it comes out as 1, but it's a chance to just do nothing at all. There's also someone was mentioning putting another
PoE?
item type in the egg as
Torchlight?
well. I think it was rares. Last week someone suggested that. I like that.
Oh, stunned.
Because sometimes you do get those like really nice rare bases and you're like, oh, if just one of these affixes would be exalted. But we do have a really like strict thing where it's like exalted affixes can't be crafted. So like, is the egg crafting? Kinda?
RuneScape.
Gets murky. Alright. Hi Mike, hello. Would it be possible to have an option / button to resume the last entered monolith? It happens that when coming back to the game, I don't remember the last monolith I was doing. Thank you. Yeah, it's possible. We could probably have like I think it'd be easier to just have an indicator on there, like this was the last one you were in, like just something on the map, like a little player icon, like this is the one you were doing.
I'm glad the video helped. That's advanced
Rather
crafting.
than,
There's a video before that on intro to
one
crafting
that just like
too.
forces you into it. Put it in suggestions channels. Go to the forums, go to the Discord, put it in suggestions.
Well, Benjamin, I could tell you this. Having played over 3,000 hours of this game, made over 700 YouTube videos on Last Epoch, traveled to Germany physically in person with Judd and half of the studio, including Judd's wife, I at bare minimum can tell you that I enjoy the game and like it, but that doesn't mean you have to. And they're good, respectful people. They mean well. That doesn't mean you have to agree with their decisions, but I could tell you from experience that they're good people. That doesn't mean you have to agree with their decision making.
I could be wrong on that.
Come on, Aaron. I forget about the laser beam. I can survive everything but the lasers.
And obviously I guess I'm going to say this anyways, but hopefully, obviously, I mean, we plan to and try to fix every bug that we find and can find, and every exploit that's been reported has been fixed.
That one.
And there's no active exploits being used right now, unless someone's using it to generate like 10 gold a day type thing. You know, like
Who's generating 10
they're
gold
just
a day?
not using it. There aren't any in active use right now. I know that. And there's none that have been openly discovered that haven't been fixed. You just never know, right? There's also a, I guess I just mentioned this. There was a pretty big misconception when stuff was happening, where it's like if it had been a resource and not gold, that it would have not happened. But gold is a resource.
I've met a couple of them, and they're really chill.
The way it
for
happened,
sure.
it would have been exactly the same. So it doesn't really matter. Thank you very much, people. What do we got? That is 2 subs. Gift one to Kane as well. Thank you very much, Trunks. Very glad to have you with us. And the resub. Appreciate it. I don't think I said this, but we do stream for charity. Boom. It's above my head. It's our active charity. All of the everything from stream goes there. And more. And Kane gifted one out to someone else. Look at that. Just that paying it forward.
Good chatting with you, Aaron.
Here.
I'll be playing Ellie again. You've managed to get my
started playing PoE
RNG
and
sorted
they have
out.
these books you click on and it just reads.
Otherwise,
you
I'll
the
be
lore.
Alt
This is something you
F4ing
guys
after
are looking
2
to
maps
add,
again,
so hopefully
as
understand
per
what is
usual.
happening in Ellie's lore after 500 hours. We do have, we don't. I don't think all of them have audio necessarily.
I'm glad I've convinced you to come back for 2 maps. At least that means you'll play the campaign again.
Do another one. Congrats to everyone who got one of those gifted subs. Thank you very much. Where's the whistle? I don't know where my train whistle is.
Hey, Benjamin, what's your favorite class?
Oh, I totally found it. That was sweet. Great. All right. Any chance of throwing in some balance changes for the underused skills / items for the refresh?
They've already said no.
Would entice a lot more people to come back. It's I don't want to say it's possible or not right now.
They said no. I thought they said no.
I know there's a lot of places that people really want to see changes for skills, and there are a lot of safer changes we could make for a lot of the skills that are just flat out underperforming. It's a little tricky because the place we want to make the most changes, the changes that we want to make aren't going to be ready in time, and they're way too big to slip in for this event. So we're kind of paralyzed on part of it.
Throw in a new unique or
And
2. You got to have those ready.
Making the other changes, but not making the ones we really want to make is kind of a like look to it, you know? So it's a tricky spot. I think there's a lot of awesome stuff happening over here that I'm going to look at right now. Trunks gives out a bunch more. My goodness. There's bits flying. I don't even know what's going on. Hey, Mike, congrats on the sub. It's not me.
No, you need to launch the game again for the mid-cycle event. Come on. Or at least cycle 3. Let's say cycle 3.
Because I believe there are that many people named Mike before you with the same starting of username.
Come on. We share the same
feel your
birthday.
pain.
That means something.
Playing on a hockey team as a kid once, and we had enough Mikes on the hockey team to have an entire line, including the goalie, be Mike at the same time. It was quite confusing. Luckily, nicknames flow like water on a hockey team, so...
I don't see the problem with buffing slowly instead of all at once. And it's less, like, more bugs to fit. Or, I mean, it's, you break down the I can't talk. It also gives them time to fix bugs on the stuff that they implement, that they're going to implement anyways.
All right. Thank you, Mike, for doing this Q&A. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoy it. All right. Are there any plans to add a mechanic in multiplayer to bring a high-level character's power level down to match a lower-level character's power? Basically, reverse sidekicking from City of Heroes. I want to play with my friends, but I have far less free time than them. We'll start characters at the same time. Then the next time we play, they'll be like 30 levels higher than me, and I can't keep up.
They can power level you. I mean,
this is a tricky problem. The automatic downscaling systems are tricky, to say the least. Generally what ends up happening is you don't get they don't get the rewards that are you can't give appropriately leveled rewards for a character that is downplaying their character. So like if a like level 100 character is playing as a level 40 character to play with a friend, it has to give level 40 loot in that area. And so you kind of have the situation where it's like someone's like, oh, why would I bother coming down to play? Because I'm not going to get anything out of it. And the system goes largely unused.
correct.
If they're playing like a lot more than you, they probably have a few characters on the go. My advice to try, this might not work for you, but if you can, is just get them to set aside a character, that's like your group up character, and they can play it while you're grouped up together.
Chaos Fear, thank you for the sub. 4th gen. 19 your favorite number?
It is possible that we might find a better solution for this in the future, and if you've got an idea on how you'd like to see that work, head on over to the suggestions forums. Because I do think it's cool, and all those different ways to get people like in and playing together better are awesome. Not what I thought it said. Hi, Mike. Hear that helicopter? Grumble, grumble, grumble.
I'm gonna test something for a second.
Can't be too upset at it, though. It's a hospital helicopter, so... Go save someone's life. Alright. Hi, many of my friends don't play Last Epoch because the graphics aren't up to par. I tried to explain that the game is very well made, but the graphics remain too high a wall for some people. I mean, okay, like, really? I don't know.
It's because they play D4.
Thanks for the feedback.
It's literally all it is. Like, they play D4 in AAA. Guaranteed.
I love the way the game looks.
You could say it's poorly optimized.
It's fantastic.
You could say it's poorly optimized, doesn't run great. It's fair. They continue to work on optimization.
I just want to say I love the Warpath skill. Me too. Warpath's great. And how you can enjoy the game by simply holding down one button to have fun. I have a 7-year-old with a learning delay condition who I made a Warpath build for. He loves it.
Ward.
He wants to play the same games as his dad, and he has doubled the Warpath build as the spinny guy is dubbed, not doubled. I can read. He might not understand the complex parts of the game, but he does understand that he's having fun with dad. That's beautiful. So thanks for including the skill. You're welcome. I'm thrilled he's having fun with it. Yep, that's it. I've got a little ways before I can share this with my kids. We're trying to get Mario Kart. We're trying to learn Mario Kart right now.
When I play roulette, Benjamin, I never play 19. Just FYI.
Alright, does the mid-season reset indicate a longer amount of dev time until the new season? I'm sorry, I have zero information at all on the launch of 1.2.
I mean, he knows when it's supposed to come, he just
LP
can't share.
chance getting lower between 2, 3, 4 is necessary to not progress endgame too quick, but progress seems to slow a bit too exponentially for player retention, IMO. I think there might be a bit of a, like, expectations offset here. There are certain items that we just don't expect people to, even after min-maxing, to ever get to 2, 3, 4 LP in some cases. And it's the balancing of that item against other unique items that dictates that.
13
point.
is the number you pick. I think for me it's 32.
Usually when I see this comment, my first question is, would you feel that way if the items where the fall off happens would just like they just like had a max LP? So like, just let's say like Wings of Argentus had max 1 LP and there's just no way to get a 2 LP wing. Like, it was just an impossible item. Would that change how you felt about the system, or would it be the same still?
Bingo is updated.
I'm interested to know. Because I suspect my gut on this is that it would stop the feelings. So it would just be part of the way the item's balanced inherently, and the fact that it exists but is just out of reach, or sometimes very far out of reach, is I think the frustrating part. But anything I say regarding human psychology is backed up by literally nothing.
I don't know about Nemesis on the bingo card, Guilty. The guy asked about Nemesis farming. Does that
Mike,
count?
concerning the stash tab cycle transfer, would an option to buy the stash tab be better than a merge option? I may not have communicated earlier properly based on how that question was worded. I'll read the rest of this question and I'll try and explain it better. All right. Would an option to buy the stash tab be better than a merge option? Set a higher price than normal stash tab price when using emerging cycle tabs to legacy. Okay, so the tabs themselves do not merge. The tabs themselves go to the cycle specific remove only section of your stash. I think I should just go to the stash and show people what it looks like. So you do not get the tabs. You get access to the tabs to remove the items from. And you have to buy new tabs. They cost the same as normal tabs, but you have to buy the tabs. If you want legacy tabs, you have to buy legacy tabs. If you want cycle tabs, you got to buy cycle tabs.
Feel the spirits crying out in despair. However the void came here, must drive it back.
All right. Can we ever get an MTX of D's? D's what? All right. Any chances for a 3-socket, a 3-slot of affixes, so you could add only armor, dodge, ward, block?
I know, he said it out loud.
To much important ones.
Very silly.
Any chance for a 3-slot of affixes so that you could add only armor, dodge, ward, block, etc. without sacrifice to much important ones?
Who wrote that question? Benjamin, was that you?
I'm sorry, you have to re-ask that question. I don't understand. Please reword it. I'm sorry. Majasa skip, the most important and sought after skip in the game. Maybe suggest the ability to select any corruption already unlocked, still have to get there, but then can choose. I assume this is the same person from earlier. That's literally what I pitched last week, and I lost the debate to suggest that. Alright, are there any future plans for a new class that focuses on void damage? Maybe. I don't have any details on future classes, but there is a pretty big gap in the player abilities to do void damage. There's only one class that can do it right now, and every other offensive element has a little more representation. Necrotic's similarly limited, but yeah. If we could add forge potential instead of stats to exalted items, I'd be more interested than rare items. There's nothing worse than finding an almost best in slot item with 32 fortune potential. 32 is a lot. 32 is enough to get the job done if it's almost best in slot already.
Impossible.
See if we can do this boss. Should have got a question here before I started. A few seconds. Are there any plans to continue the storyline? Current ones with the spear feels unfinished. Yes. We are planning. There's 3 more chapters to go.
Just not ready.
The next chapter will primarily focus in the ancient era. How would you feel about an infinite scaling dungeon, random difficulty modifiers, lose all loot on
Nice
death
job,
like
Logo.
PoE heist, but can only leave at certain checkpoints, detailing what the next segment you'd be committing to would be. I mean, yeah, that sounds cool.
I'm testing this shield.
Right. Nemesis was such a cool system, but there could be 5 to 10 monos without seeing one. That's a lot. That's very bad luck.
It's because
Any
you're not
plans to make the new
exploring. They're
season
just running
mechanics
to the
more
end.
prominent for the release of the season, similar to PoE. Yeah, this is probably the most common feedback we've got on the Nemesis system. Like negative feedback was that people wanted it to be an every zone thing. And every zone might be too much for Nemesis in particular, but a system like that in general could be more zones. And if the system was designed from the get-go as an every zone ability, yeah, it could easily be an every zone ability. Yeah, here we go. I feel like I should have done a little bit of crafting before coming in here. No.
2 updates on
You kidding me?
bingo.
Yay, we did it! Yay, we did it! Oh, I got a
job,
mosquito
Mike.
bite on my leg. Ah! Could you please put a small corruption number on the monolith map so you can see the level without having to visit them? I think it's a great idea.
That is a great idea.
You jerk face. No! Get away from there. That was sweet if it worked. That was smooth. That was really smooth. I think that's the easiest time I've had on Majasa in a long time. Without like rushing through it. Oh yeah. That's gotta drop the loot faster. Come on. Yeah, that's a problem.
Needs to drop the loot faster.
Why are there no one-handed spears for javelin throwers?
What a great question.
I mean, we didn't adding an entire weapon type specifically for one ability is a big stretch for us scope wise for that ability. I think the one-handed spear is a very intentional gap in the overall weapon arsenal that is available to players. That's pretty intentional, and there's a lot of really cool theming available in that space that we can leverage with future content.
Future content.
Maybe. All right. Why not an economy reset instead of a full reset then? Because it's the same thing. Yeah. It's gonna be worth coming back to because aside from the second season in a row of MG becoming super inflated by gold exploits, that's been an enjoyable system. Yeah. Economy reset, full reset, same thing. What is the process for making hybrid affixes on items? It feels like these are very unexpected for late game item upgrades, which affixes could morph together at random. Oh, wild. The way affixes are made, we can't have two affixes just blend together on the fly. I mean, like we could like just put both affixes on an item type thing, but like we can't merge them into one affix the way they are. Like we'd have to make a merged version of every pair of affixes that exists, which is
correct.
Or change the system
wouldn't do
to allow that. But right now they don't work that way. It is a separate individual affix that has two stats on it. So like each affix has stats that goes with it.
Grim Constitution doesn't
like
work for
the
this
strength
build.
Affix has the stat strength.
We use shift too often.
Really basic.
It never triggers. Correct.
Get back here. Just yeah. Here, we're gonna do this right. Push it over here. Aha. Gotta crank Swipe's range up by like 5%. All right, since the refresh is contained, okay, there's some misconceptions in this question here, but I'm just gonna read it out and I'll explain it. Since the refresh is a contained event for a month, you could test some weird balance changes to make things spicy.
Nope, because it's coming to
Legacy
Legacy
is not
as
a
well.
contained event for a month. There's an event starting on the same day as the refresh, and the event lasts for a month, but the refresh doesn't necessarily, like, there's no, we haven't announced a fixed end date to that because that would indicate when the next cycle starts. Like if that makes sense, it's open-ended until we announce when the next cycle starts. Then that's the end date. If that makes any sense.
What time is game night? For me, it's
like
7 p.m. PT.
And the cycle timings are not intrinsically linked, but we have lined two of their start times up together. All right, I've tried suggesting the group up character.
7 p.m.
but
PT?
it falls on deaf ears. If they have a character, they speed level no matter what. I've just given up on playing multiplayer. Yeah, that's frustrating. I don't know. Like, if you've got like 8 characters, I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to just not level one of them up. Or maybe like at least have them wear veterans boots when they come back, or something.
Okay, good, Delmore.
Tell them they gotta unequip their weapon and wear veterans boots. It's not an impossible thing for us to add, what you were mentioning earlier. I just think the use case for it is fairly narrow, so it's probably not too high on the priority list for us at the moment. That's all. Having better accessibility options for people playing together, though, is something we are really interested in, so maybe it's higher.
Ooh, endurance threshold.
Alright. Is there any chance there will be a rare forging potential gem or kit that gives an item a little more forging potential? It's extremely unlikely. This has sort of been a hard no every time we've talked about it. We've had this suggested bajillion times, and we've discussed it and debated it a bajillion times, and every single time it's like we get to the no faster and faster every time. I think because it's seeing the character through the ribs, the raycast test is failing and it's not hiding this object. That's funny. Or it's just set up wrong. One of the two. Oh, I love Berserk so much. It's so good.
That's why I took it.
Are there any plans to implement a bad luck protection system? No. I've run a lot of Blood, Frost, and Death Echoes around 200, trying to get a couple of Titan Hearts. And I've only found about two, and have only 2 drop. But I have several of the other chess pieces that drop in that timeline. No, we don't have a system like that planned. I think.
Bad luck protection. I know.
Trying to figure out what I can say here. I think there's room for just in general ways to influence your loot a little bit more. That would be more appropriate. More in line with our general goals. I don't know. Yeah. I don't want to say better because it's not necessarily better. It's different. Up here. Where's this one going? I should know what my skills are doing. I really should. Going up here? I mean, yeah. Let's get bleed. Yeah. Heal there, because we want to get cleanse ailments.
Titan Heart you wanted,
To
right?
get cleanse ailments. One of the most powerful one-off things to just have in a build.
You forgot Mia and Sienna named the Falconer?
All right, more questions.
Sienna and
I can do
Mia
it.
slay. Yeah, they did.
Got him. Apparently I said something bad. All right.
Titan Heart.
Reference point 214. No, I'm 14 minutes behind. Not terrible. Thank you for that, Kane. Appreciate you. Yeah, remember to put my name in there so I see it. Any teasers this week for the refresh? I mean, I don't have much. And you can ask, it's a system mentioned in the refresh that you want more info of, that you're curious, or you're wondering, hey, what's this actually mean? Feel free to ask. I may just start answering stuff.
13 pages of Titan
Any
Heart.
plans for increased functionality for dummies to test our damage? Not.
Starting for free. 13 pages of Titan Heart. With LP for free. The person wants a pity system. I wonder if they play COF.
Do everything all at once. Oh god. Okay, that went really well. Like disturbingly well. That was meant to be a bit of a joke, and I was gonna die horribly. What is going on? Am I playing an actually decent build?
It's my build.
So, something's not right here. I can't play a good character. Ugh, what is wrong with me?
He doesn't even have Raptor Pack done.
All right. Will you guys be hiring more developers, or have you hired any new developers in the last 6 months? I don't know. I think there's still a posting up on our website. I could be wrong on that. I don't know what our active status of hiring is right now. We have hired developers in the last 6 months. Some great ones. Some really great ones. That have already released stuff. There's someone that got hired about 6 months ago, has a huge feature coming in the refresh actually.
A huge feature coming in the refresh. Tell us. What is it?
Very much looking forward to it. Did you say you could already see corruption levels of different maps in Mono's overword view map? No, I didn't say that. Sorry. I just agree that I think we should put it there. Sorry for the confusion. That's my bad. I took a bit of a hiatus, but this is your not so weekly reminder. Hi, Cyborg. Of the character sheet rework. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Earlier this week in ATD. Oh, ask the devs. Yep, got it. You said the roadmap wasn't accurate anymore. They just walked away. Care to elaborate? No, I don't. Sorry. I mean, the like next major thing we said we were doing was 1.2, and we're having this other event that's happening before 1.2. So like, it is obviously, or hopefully obviously, that something has changed.
Did they make loot lizards coming
just from
September
now on.
19th? Yes. That's it. I'm going to MG for once for the refresh, so I can say that I have a fair say of each faction. Yep, you should, Mike.
Some uniques.
13 pages of Titanheart for free with LP. Were you the one that asked the question?
Oh, I gotta get Exalted back again. You have Experimental even? Yes, we do. Exalted. That's the problem. See, now I spend so much time here trying to put stuff away. Just chuck it. Alright, we're doing gold. A lot of gold. Let's get some more info. Let's go up there.
No, it wasn't me who asked. Got it.
First, I want to thank you for being so open with the community. You're welcome. And active with the stream /Reddit/Discord. With the release of 1.1, many big streamers didn't even know that 1.1 was releasing. Yeah, that was a problem. Are you going to be a bit more exposing with 1.2 dev blogs, maybe videos or live stream, similar to how Diablo 4 is doing their live stream in before their releases? Yeah. We did not advertise 1.1 enough. That is an accurate assessment, I believe.
Who asked that question? I want to buy him a drink. Who asked that?
I know nothing about the world of advertising, but I saw a few comments like that from a few like big streamers who I'm like, if we should be telling anyone about this, it's you.
Lafar. Thank you. Great question.
And yeah, so 1.2 will have more advertising around it. All right. Is the roadmap still fairly accurate still in terms of the order of things we released? Do you still think monolith changes will be 1.3? Extra points for hints that we might look like? I got nothing for you. I'm sorry. I hope we can get something more information out to you as soon as possible, but we're going to focus on this refresh event for now. Eggy emo and Twitch blend, yeah. Do it. I know someone will help you. Hey, is there a chance Forge Guard will get a ranged forged weapon / manifest armor, either unique / set items or just a skill point? I mean, it's possible. I'd probably be more interested in actually connect. Tease map. That totally connects.
You guys all want a drink?
I think that if we were going to do like ranged weapons, specifically like bows as ranged weapons for Forge Guard, manifestation and stuff like that, it would probably have to be in line simultaneous with adding either a bow skill to Forge Guard or adding a new mastery, because like there's argument for a bow mastery to be Primalist or Sentinel, sorry. Primalist is the one I said earlier in the stream.
You pay, I'll pray.
I think there's very reasonable expectation that that could be one of them. We don't have anything planned specifics on which one it will be, or if it will be any of them or anything like that. But if we were going to do it, I think that's an option. Oh, we can take it. I'd say for now it'll be, at least for this, it's not going to be changing majorly. Raptor carry. Yep. Do we know what the loot lizards encounters are going to be like? Is it kind of like finding a loot goblin in Diablo 3? Forgot the ping. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be very similar. You know, like we've done a couple of our own little twists on it and things like that. Hey, another one released. Thank you for the resub. It's almost at a year. We're almost at a year. Glad to have you with us. Thank you very much. Insurance. What? Yeah. What was I saying? Loot lizards. Are they kind of like loot goblins? Yeah, they're kind of like loot goblins. They're a lot like loot goblins.
They're a lot like loot goblins. I love that.
Yeah, there's like a few little twists and things we've done with things, but you know, it's the core of it is very, very reminiscent. It's an interesting system though, like because you see it pop up in like all sorts of games, even games that are like very similar but like almost tangential, like so looter shooters you see him in. Even like platforming games sometimes. I don't know. It's wild. It's gonna be one of those like standardized, just like gaming.
Wonder how rare they are.
That's a great question. Either it may already be, or will be very soon. Smith, lots of subs today. This has been fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. All right, with regards to someone's event teaser question, are the rewards mentioned just things that drop from extra enemies, or are there any new systems? There's no new systems. As far as like, there's like experimental class of items and like the Nemesis egg thing like that. Like there's not systematic things like that we're adding in. There's like improvements on a few existing stuff, but nothing like game changing. Nothing revolutionary.
Game changing.
I speak for the concerned players of this game. There's a huge need for us. Does the next patch detail how to grow such a beautiful build? This is a hard requirement for us. I think this might be a joke. I'm not sure. If it's not, no, I'm sorry, it doesn't. But you can find this build on Action RPG's YouTube channel.
I know that person.
I am started out of my memory of what this build was after watching a video of it very briefly when the patch dropped. And then halfway through last stream, when I was already like level 45, he sent me the build and I started going off the build. I was not far off.
Yeah, he was pretty close. Who's that? Some weirdo.
But it was close enough that it's okay. Hey, first time tuning in, never played last Epoch. The RPG that I've played the most is Titan Quest over the last 10 plus years. How similar are the games, would you say?
I could answer that.
Titan Quest is an old game, so there's a lot of just like modern things that Last Epoch has that just is sort of an expected thing in a modern game type thing. I think there's a lot of similar like style of systems. Titan Quest has been a huge inspiration for Last Epoch, so you know there's there's several developers that work on this that's one of their favorite games, and you know, it's like a lot of stuff is influenced by just playing Titan Quest growing up and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say it's fairly similar, but not directly. Like our fourth one of these. I don't know what it is. The pushback distance and swipes distance are like basically the same. I get in range to swipe and it knocks back from Warpath or Warcry.
I don't know if I've ever done this before. Look at my resistances. None of them are capped. 75,
these
63, 72,
horrors do not
72,
count for
75,
prophecies.
71.
The Void Horrors.
That's pretty close
You're
to the
wondering
mark.
why it doesn't trigger them. Because they're counted as summoned minions.
Other than cold.
They don't count as like regularly spawned enemies.
Yep, Exathius. I'm gonna try it on Sunday.
You know, like how when like an enemy like resurrects itself, it doesn't like drop a second set of items when it resurrects. It's kind of the same thing.
I saw cold, I know. Because this is using physical. Let's just
Got
put a
him.
0 behind it.
Love those visuals.
You know where we can get cold resistance? Implicit on boots.
Such a good point. Are you avoiding a certain person's bingo card today? I mean, I never watch it live. Am I like intentionally skipping over things? No. Have I been accidentally skipping over things? I don't know because I haven't been looking. But that would be pretty funny. Ooh, there's that. I'm going for it. I died like right away, okay? That's the center square, I know that. The dummy would be more useful if it put out a single damage number or DPS after you stop hitting it rather than dozens of hits while in action. The damage text goes way too quickly to understand if a build is better or worse. Yes, that is true. Are you guys add bow option for other classes? Analyze with care the possibility to implement a mage magic archer. It's a pretty unique archetype, and the only game I saw is Dragon's Dogma. I mean, tell that to my D2 Enchantress crossbow Sork. Yeah. But I'd say that's probably of the list of like classes that are probably going to get a bow on something first. Mage is probably pretty low on that list. I mean, you never know. It could just go out to everything at the same time through an item. Because you could have an item specifically that grants a bow ability. That's what I was talking about earlier, and that would basically be the put it on anything because the big bottleneck is having an ability that is usable with the weapon. Rogue's the only one that has an ability that you can use with the weapon right now. So if we put a bow ability on a bow that you could like specialize into, and then you could equip the bow and it would grant you the ability, then you could have that ability on any class. So unless we did that, which is, I'm not saying we are, but it's an option, I guess. Mage is probably low on the list. 15, it was 15 last time. You jerk.
Now we're trying to get cold resistance.
Not a ton of awesome stuff. But we nuked him. So many. All right, are badges possible? So each kid of title or tag when you die. Some kind. There we go. I got it. Some kind of title or tag when you die 100 times, kill 1,000 exiled mages, etc. We're asking about achievements. Got there. Yes, we're working on achievements. I figured it out. Oh, right after you fixed it, right after, yes. I got there without it. It's like the M and the N on your keyboard were a little having a tough time there.
And we got Frenzy after Traversal. I don't know if we have Frenzy on this build.
Nothing. Well, stuff, but nothing we want. We're going this way. We're going up. Oh. Non-class locked unique weapon that summons a spectral bow that acts like a minion. There you go. I mean, it could just be a minion. Doesn't have to act like a minion.
Gold resistance 7.
Then the tricky part comes, like if you make a bow that's good enough to roll
Matt, it's the highest now.
on that's like good enough to use on a class that has no bow support, is that bow overpowered for classes that do have bow support? So then do you have to like make a bow that's only not usable on rogue? You probably have to center it around a damage type that rogue doesn't have access to, and give it like a ton of increased damage of that type. So like
We give up necrotic.
do what are they not? They don't have access to like void or necrotic. So you could do like a void bow, maybe.
Love how
Tough.
every RPG has a frenzy mechanic, of course.
Alright. Yeah. If you've got a question for me, please don't forget to put at last Epoch game in the question so I see it and read it and answer it. I try and answer all of them anyways, but they just stick out. It's easier for me. Oh no, I've been ambushed. Egads. You have your wits about you.
All resistance is capped. Necrotic at 49.
Yes, Berserk stayed there. You can always tell him Berserk stayed.
I also made it where I have a not guaranteed, an 84%
Berserk's one
glancing
of those
blow
abilities
chance.
that, like,
84.
I kind of want it to like be near my character. Just a little indicator that Berserk's running specifically, but I don't know how you do just one. So it's like the only one I care about knowing if it's still up or not. I don't know until it's hit like 10 stacks and I can feel it really heavily. Alright, summon bear should be viable. Ever thought of implementing a unique that changes your bear into werebear pet?
Ooh, I like that.
I mean, it is. You can have bear as a werebear pet.
What do you mean? No.
Can't you? It's the first one, yeah. You can have werebear and bear.
No, a werebear pet.
But not only scales off the bear tree, but also your werebear skill tree. Yeah, it's minion abilities and player abilities scale very differently. So you can't give a minion a player ability and expect it to just work the same way. There's certain abilities that do work just fine, but we then intentionally name them something different to make it obvious that they're not using that skill tree. So we could give bear, like you could put nodes in werebear that say like also give summon bear this thing. I think that's be the way you'd want to do it. Like call it out in specific nodes on the werebear tree. I think that's how you have to do it. But like there's gotta be something of that in there already, isn't there?
Nope. Where summon bear can use your swipe.
Bear is gonna come up with a bajillion results, but is there no synergy at all between werebear and bear? That would be funny.
Summon
Is
bear
there
is
any
terrible.
in the bear tree itself?
Werebear does not have any synergy.
Because we're always making Bear Force 1 jokes. I feel like there's got to be a node somewhere that's labeled Bear Force 1. A unique bow that summons itself but makes you unarmed. Like it has no stats for the player, but creates itself. How would you use? Like, you wouldn't be able to use any attacks yourself.
Again, that's the kind of question too. It makes you think about Diablo 4. How you can be a werewolf and have and turn your wolf
exactly.
pack
The next
into
question's talking about any plans
pack.
for more unarmed builds like Hands of Judgment or Falcon Fist.
I like Falcon
Possibly.
Fist.
I don't think there's any specific ones in the pipeline right now, but I mean it is an archetype that people do like. I think the archetype is quite often focused like thematically, like with a monk type character, which we don't have. Sometimes we kind of toy with the theme a little bit, and then we release a full class for it and take stuff away from the places we've toyed with it a little bit. Sorry, Lich.
Sorry, Lich.
Warlock needed it. Alright. It could be a bow that works like Blast Knife and converts melee effects to bow effects. Yeah, so the difference there is that that's for one specific ability, not generically. And it took quite a lot, like developing the range version of that one specific ability is like developing a whole new skill basically. Not quite, but ugh, that was frustrating. Always berserk. Only berserk. Don't even need berserk.
He doesn't even
What about
have his
berserk?
raptor pack yet.
Double trash. We kill everything in here, we get the boss. Thoughts on percent reflect? Flat feels pretty viable with Thorn Shell, but percent being post mitigation makes it feel very hard stat to utilize. Yes, the damage output and like yeah. The amount of damage that players are expected to deal and receive compared to the amount of damage that enemies are expected to deal and receive are so disparate that it doesn't line up well with like a straight percent reflect doesn't line up well. It causes a lot of problems. And it doesn't scale well, and it does all sorts of weird things. I think there might be room for a little bit more latitude with reflect stuff, but it's one of those play styles, one of those like build archetypes that can very quickly turn into, all right, I'm just gonna build as tanky of a character as possible, and I'm gonna stand in this one spot and just wait for things to hit me, and it's gonna take me like a year to beat this boss, but I can't die. It's so boring. And like when it works properly and like it's a proper build to play and there's stuff to do and it like it's active and, you know, fast enough but not immortal, and like
it technically is active now here because you have to cast Thorn Shield.
When it does that, it's fantastic, you know, and it's something that we do really want to have. But it's such a like narrow line of that to tipping point of
ooh, I don't know
junk.
if we can kill a nemesis. Yes, we can.
Did we kill enough stuff? Oh, didn't quite make it. We're almost there. We're almost there. Are we gonna do it? over
Delmore,
time.
thank
Do
you
I
for the
care?
tier 1 sub for 6 months in advance. Man,
more plans
thank you
for
so
reflex
much.
scaling for you equipment or off on passive tree. Yeah. Why does no ARPG have priests? I always wanted a priest type character with holy and shadow, etc. It's paladin is so firmly written into the Hammerdins. Diablo 2 Hammerdin is the reason why that it doesn't exist. I firmly believe that. I
have a question. Any new talk about progression after level 100?
So ubiquitous and awesome, and like it's the theming. If someone's gonna have like a holy themed character, they're like paladin, and then you're like, I don't really have room for priest in the archetypes.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Some of the new shrines coming are really fun. It's just whatever.
Well, I'll put that in div chat.
I've been ambushed. Oh no.
Spoiled again.
Good thing Berserk is rolling. I don't want to stop attacking.
You win.
I almost feel like we can combine those into one thing. All right. With the change to the radial menu open on controller, will it be possible for you to add a setting to choose the hold on to keep open versus press once to open? I don't see why we couldn't make that as an option. I don't know if it's planned anywhere. Probably not if we just changed it, but that's a totally fine thing to put in the suggestions channels. You go to the forums, suggestions, Discord forums, suggestions.
Does that count as other platforms? No.
Has there been any discussion on post level 100 progression?
That was my question.
Other than gearing, something like Diablo's Paragon board or Borderlands badass system. Excuse me, I can say that, can't I?
Oh, that wasn't. There's someone else that asked the same question.
We don't. So okay. Probably not. Sorry, there has been discussion. I don't think we don't have one planned. We do like having endgame progression systems that there's still stuff to do after you've hit level 100 for progression based things. We're not huge on having those progression systems be tied to your max level, because we don't want to create an expectation for players to hit max level on a character. So like, if you have like here's level 1, here's level 100, and this is your normal leveling progression, and there's stuff that happens past level 100. So then you've got special system 1 that is that fits nicely, that like it starts from level 1 and it just fits the entire game. Great. Doesn't matter what level you are. And then you've got maybe another system that like kicks in partway through the game, and that goes. Maybe this is like monoliths and green is crafting, let's say. These are systems that persist past level 100. But then having like systems that start in the late end game, so like when you're like level 90, you know, and they start here and things like that. So it feels like it's tied to a very end game it is tied as a very end game progression system. And maybe this is like, maybe yellow's item factions and green is crafting and 90 is something new, I don't know. But having these systems that aren't tied, having these like end game progression systems that work possibly similarly to a Paragon board or Borderlands system, things like that. Like there's room for that, but tying it to hitting max level creates an expectation that we say, hey, we want you to hit max level on your characters, but that's not an expectation we want to set. We don't want people to have that expectation of hitting max level. So these late game progression systems, we want people to be able to interact with them before they hit max level. And so based less on decoupling it from level altogether.
This might be the first stream ever that someone doesn't bring up stats.
That would probably just be where it generally kicks in for a player, but it's actually a like a content progress completion that requires it. So like once you've unlocked, I don't know, empowered, and a new system opens up when you've unlocked empowered monoliths, and you have to work through that to unlock a boss at the end of it or something. I don't know. That was a big hit. Come on, necrotic res. It is not awesome. I need to take a hard, long look at my resistances.
That's what I just did.
Yeah, kept Berserk up.
We're still not tanky, but we're doing better. We're at 250 corruption.
All right, when you'll finish the campaign, will the skip be deleted? What?
That's a good question. What? Huh? Got your
Sorry,
content
I
for
don't
your
understand the
clip.
question.
You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very much so.
Maybe percent reflect could instead be a threshold that procs your flat value. It's just hard to kill dot enemies. Yeah, the necrotic eyeballs are so hard to kill. Yeah, because they don't have any reflectable attacks, do they?
Correct.
Yeah, like if you every time you take X amount of damage from a target, yeah, that's the way dots work. That just doesn't work.
Any
there's
good
gotta be a
clips
solution
turn
to that.
into shorts. So just clip away.
Some sort of dot reflect. All right. Any new talk about progression after level 100? I think that question was asked before I was talking about that. So I'm going to skip it. Sorry, Aaron.
It was.
So my girl was asking if there will ever be a rebirth system of sorts, with us perhaps keeping part of our first class change stuff while being able to pick another class. I told her that would probably be troublesome, but would like to know as well. No. We don't have any plans for that. Having specific mechanics be locked to legacy only is not really something we're super interested in. And thanks, Kane. And have for the ping, not for yeah, never mind. What was I saying? Oh yeah, having things locked to functional mechanics like that locked to legacy is probably not something we're overly interested in. And you can't have any functional head start that happens on a cycle. So you couldn't have anything carry over into the new cycle with a new character.
But you could play Legacy because it's the same game.
So if you can figure out a way around both of those problems, maybe. Manifest armor rework when? Great question. The big I'll read the rest of the question here, sorry. Imagine if Forge Guard can change forms like Druid and Lich can by wearing the Manifest armor. Ah yes, we've joked about the Iron Man mode before. Yeah, like Iron Man armor for Forge Guard would be amazing. It'd just be fantastic. So much fun.
Yep.
There's no specific plans to do that at the moment. I would love it. I think the major problem with Manifest Armor is an expectation versus reality issue regarding unique items being applied to the gear slots for the Manifest Armor itself. And I think we need to find the most commonly desired, because doing it generically is almost impossible for us. Having that function is just like a, hey, it works no matter what you put on there. That's almost impossible. Things are just too there's too much complexity on the items and the abilities that they give in order to make them functional with Manifest Armor generically. So that's just unfortunate, but it's that part's probably never going to happen just for everything altogether. However, I do think that there is room for individual things that people want to make work. We took the lower square. Did it not count as taking the lower square? What did I do wrong? I should just be able to run up here and trigger it anyways. Come on, didn't this just spawn? Can you maybe do it right? Doesn't seem fair.
Mike's stream should be over. He's over time right now.
Yeah, there's stuff about Manifest Armor that needs to be updated. Did something just wander off? That was it. That was literally it. Mike, quit rushing. Are you happy with the time it takes to get to max, or would you consider going faster so more people can hit it? I mean, we'll always consider suggestions that get presented on the proper suggestion channels. I don't think that we are pretty happy with the time. The most recent changes we've made have all been to extend the time, and we've been very happy with those changes.
Man, Frenzy after Traversal is so nice. I'm really happy we got these boots. Oh, it's so nice.
I don't think there's any that we're really targeting. I mean, campaign skip with Jura. Will it be deleted after campaign being finished? No. No, we'll add more of them. Yeah, we need to get dungeons. We just smooth out some things with dungeons so they're more fun to play, they're better to do their first time through, all these things. And then we'll be adding more of them. And the procedural generation of them properly. Like there's just some functional things with dungeons that once they're set up nicely are going to be really awesome. And so we're gonna get those functional things set up properly, and then they're gonna be really awesome, and we're gonna make more of them.
Do it.
Question: will there be new, different missions inside the monolith? I don't think we're adding. I don't think they're being added in 1.1, the refresh. But we are working on new monolith objective types. So where it's like seal the gate, find the ambush, kill the spires. New things that shake that category up is something that we are very interested in expanding. And we are working on new things in that category. Increased experience, gotta love it. Decent ring to put on.
Free 10 prisoners, kill all the red dots. Don't ever say that. Please.
I think it's this one. Beauty. Beauty. All right. There's a couple questions here. I'll hammer out these last few questions, but that's a stream. I'm gonna relax and we can check out my birds. Okay. Hello. Please, Ellie, have a lot of useless and funny builds. Give more damage in AoE to skills. Example, give more area to flurry melee to like lacerate from PoE, and make hail of arrows cost less mana and give more damage. I try a lot to play with HOA, but the season and the stop because very boring and sucks. A good streaming and weekend buy. Please drop suggestions in the suggestions channels. Will there be new different missions inside the month? Yeah, you're working on them. I don't know when they'll be ready. Is the scenario where you deal X more damage the same as enemies take X more damage? Kinda. Like if you apply a debuff to an enemy that they take more damage, if you're the only thing dealing damage to them, yes, that's the same as you having a you deal more damage. In other words, are the two conditions additively part of the same damage bracket in DPS calculations?
No bingo this week?
No, but they're both multiplicative in the same one, so it's...
That's okay.
What you're asking, yes, but technically the answer to your question is no, just because wording is weird. But it's the same. Functionally, it's identical. They're both in that more damage category, and it's more damage times more damage times more damage times more damage times more damage, and it doesn't matter like if it's on more damage taken or more damage. It's just a more damage. So it's if you're the only thing dealing the damage, it's the same. Any discussions on possible multi-classing system like in Guild Wars 1 and 2? The multi-class, I mean, like here's the multi-classing. You get skills and passive points from another class. That's probably about as far as we're planning on doing it. Maybe having an item that grants a skill across class, possibly. All right. I like the time to max. I was just curious. Thanks for spawning. You're welcome. Do you know the percent of players who chose COF or MG? I don't off the top of my head. I'm sorry. We do have that stat somewhere. I just don't know what it is. Is there unique MTX for high level achievements? Not right now, but I would like to do it. I saw someone in PoE link MTX he got for being the first person to kill Shaper years ago, and it's cool to have bragging rights system. Yeah, I think there's
that stuff is cool.
Yeah, getting stuff like that in is huge for us. Our MTX pipeline has been trying to crank out as much stuff as possible for the just like anyone, because one of the things we got as big feedback for our cosmetic system initially was we just want more stuff, so we've been trying to make as much more stuff as possible,
quality stuff,
and taking time out to make rewards that only one person is going to get or only a handful of people are going to get does pull in a couple different directions there for priorities. But I mean, yeah, that type of thing is something we are interested in doing, and I feel like we will probably add because it's great. And there's different ways to do it. I've talked about this in the past about adding like a possibly a point system where like, oh, if you come first you get 100 points, if you come 100th you get 10 points, or 100th through 1000th you get 10 points, something like that. And then like you can earn those points together to buy things with it that are like
can't help it in my work schedule. I'm just messing with you.
It's a little more complex, but I think
nothing crazy. I'll have the normal video out tomorrow.
Let's people kind of pick their reward a little bit while still having more rewards for people who get even more stuff. Or like a token, like you get like a minor token and a major token or a champion token, and there's like 3 things in the champion tier or something, you know, I don't know, something like that. Any more summoner type class changes coming or updates? I mean, we're always making little changes to summoners and stuff like that, so maybe. All right, I think this is the last question here. Any considerations for like an ascended mastery for all of the classes? Like after you complete all the level 60 or 90 monos and you ascend your druid mastery, and example have access to endgame skill progression, for example.
PoE Ascension.
No, but I understand what you're going at, and it's a very good idea, and I think there's a better way we can do it in our game.
That would be cool.
Yeah, it's a good way to say it. And with that cryptic answer, it's time to end. I had
Oh my gosh.
fun. I hope you did too. I'll be back same time, same place next week, but not the week after that. Someone else will be here in my place.
Who in the world's that
If
gonna
I
be?
missed your question, I apologize. It was not intentional. Please head on over to our Discord where I will be happy to answer it there.
Thanks,
We have an Ask the Dev
Mike. See
channel.
you next week. Okay. Bingo. All right. Did we miss anything? Okay. Custom UI or cursor. I don't remember. I didn't hear it. Guilds and clans, no. Transmog, no. Sets, no. Hide VFX, no. Hey, that last question at the end. Minions? Any update to minions? Did somebody ask that question on purpose? I didn't see that. I saw that. Set was asked for LP. Was it? I think that someone asked about a teaser and minion. Oh, and summon bear. Okay, we for sure got minion. Keyring, performance, other platforms. I didn't hear a console question. He didn't have a teaser to throw up on screen. It's funny. The any build, buff, or nerf. I feel like that's like, that question must have been asked. PvP, no. Buff, COF, no. Leaderboards. Yeah, we for sure got minion. That's almost a gimme, but no specific was called out. What you drinking? I am drinking, exclamation point, Rogue. I am drinking Rogue Hydration Sour Watermelon. Dat. Someone asked about balance changes. Oh, it's the bingo cards in the... That. Delmore. I know. Sour watermelon. I literally drink this stuff every day. Let's just mark on the card guilty. Minion, buff and nerf, and sets. We still wouldn't have a bingo. That's funny. I just finished a glass of Rogue Blood Orange. Ooh. Yeah, the only flavor I don't recommend is fruit punch. I think their fruit punch tastes like crap, which is surprising because it's like a go-to for most people. All right, final bingo card from today. We needed hide others VFX, buff COF, and that's it. Lot of squares, none of them lined up. To next week. Even Kool-Aid struggles to match High C, right? All right, everybody, we're going to play for a little bit longer. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway. I am going to draw a giveaway at the end of stream, but this isn't going to be a super long stream. One, I streamed for 9 hours yesterday playing beginning to end the entire campaign for Space Marine. And two, tonight is Patreon game night. So if you are one of my Patreons, thank you so much. Tonight we are playing we're playing Speed Freaks together. So we got Patreon game night tonight. I hate fruit punch. Patreon game night. Crit avoidance low. I don't think we can kill the triple fire bosses, but I want to try it. I just don't think we do enough DPS, and they're gonna hit us with all that crap, but we're gonna attempt it. I really need the endurance blessing. Granted, then we're not gonna have fire resistance, but that's okay. I can figure that out somewhere else. So now I could finally show off what I've been working on in the background. So if anybody's been around a long time, there used to be a stat that was mandatory in last Epoch. Think of it like crit avoidance. Everybody wants crit avoidance now. Or I guess less damage taken from critical strikes. But you try to figure out a way to not get hurt by critical strikes. Well, back in the day, you used to want to get 100% glancing blow chance. Glancing blow was a required stat. And then EHG knew that it was a required stat, so they changed it and turned it into basically a rogue stat only, for the most part. I've been trying to get my glancing blow to 100%. And we've actually gotten pretty darn close. At least the highest I've ever seen it in a while. I'll show you. Glancing blow, static, this isn't because I haven't taken a hit, is 84%. 84. So we've got our resistances up. Our resistances are up. Crit avoidance is maxed. Glancing blow is awesome. When our Falcon hits, it boosts our armor and dodge. 3,000 life. It's not a ton. But yeah, glancing blow. So what I need is, you'll see my endurance is at 26%. So if we can get a higher rolled endurance roll from a blessing, we could get up to 54% endurance, which would be great. But I need more life or ward. That's why we were testing the shield that gives us ward, which might be the answer. I don't know. Might be the answer. I think that shield would probably help us in monoliths, but not boss fights. Last Epoch. I beat Space Marine yesterday. Oh, no. What was I doing? I was going to... Oh, needle. Like there's something I want. Throw a needle in, just in case we can kill him. Here we go. What's up, Malekith? This fight, you get just brutally punished for standing still. Oh, we certainly have the damage.
Not happening.
Woo-hoo-hoo! That was actually pretty easy. And there's the endurance blessing. 27%. That is not too shabby. That now drops our fire resistance to 26. But endurance is up to 53. Look at that yellow bar right there. Okay. Glancing blow. Crit avoidance. Endurance percent. Fire. That's where we're getting our lightning. We can get a phantom grip with LP to get fire. We could get fire res on our Peak of the Mountain slam. Fire res on a gambit. Kool-Aid, it's our 1-year anniversary. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's very kind. It is very kind. All right, let's see if Falcon Fist is a 300 corruption build. Let's see. Hopefully it's the Fire Shade. Just kidding. Don't be the Fire Shade. Cold.
Not happening. Not happening.
Pretty damn good. Okay. Unarmed Falcon Fist is up to corruption 308. I'll take that. That's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Okay, we're going to play a little longer and then do one more slam. That is the plan for the stream. I believe I need 10,000 favor to buy a 2LP Peak of the Mountain. Then we could get out of here. Yeah, we will draw a giveaway today, so as long as you're following the channel, type in ! giveaway.
Not happening.
Tearing these fools up. Those fireballs are scaring me. I don't get a ticket. You guys are already in probably from yesterday's stream. That's why. Let's see. Right now, for today's giveaway, we've got 48 entries. Let's see. You're the third person. You're there, man. You're good. You're good. You're on it. When's the next season? We don't know. They're doing a mid-cycle event September 19th. So the next event is on the 19th. And we are patiently waiting for the announcement of the next cycle. Per their schedule, it should be between October 9th and November 9th, because that's 3 to 4 months. But people think it's going to be delayed to December. But that is an unofficial... That's unofficial. EHG hasn't said anything. Night coffee? Sure. Honey, don't forget today's game night. I'm going to be wrapping up this stream in a minute. Dude, I should get the wife on game night tonight. Oh. That was close. Okay, nobody's is home to hang out with you. You could keep streaming if you want. No, I got to get ready for game night.
Not happening.
But thank you, honey. Dude, I don't even want to play more Last Epoch. This game sucks, you know? Guys. Well, we're certainly not smashing through 300 corruption, but first 2 runs beat. I think the new cycle I'm going to do a flame golem build and pray for Aaron's will or go merchants for a change. Man. I can't decide if I want to go merchants. We should all go merchants. I said I was going to go COF because I don't think there's going to be enough people populating the Merchants Guild. But maybe you're right. Maybe I should go merchants. I should just make the community event. You have to play cycle and you have to play merchants. People will get mad at me if I did that, though. I'll go merchants if we all do. So this is, so just like, let's talk through this. Let's say they have 10,000 players, okay? And let's just say that it's even, 50-50, which it probably isn't. I mean, 5,000 people are playing MG. How many of those 5,000 actually put items for sale and know the markets? 10%? I don't know. I'm so nervous that it's just going to be a barren wasteland. I guess it would be very easy to switch. The doctor said to COF, might as well go COF. I'm still undecided if I'm going to go Necro or Warlock. Gotta imagine COF is a cough. Hey, Xathius, I don't know if I showed you this. I got Falconry. I got it up to 35. Took some doing. Falconry, 20 plus 15, 35 points. And Cinder Strike's at 32. Falconry at 35. Oh, wow, that's a lot. No wonder it's broken. It's not broken. I am kind of getting through 300 corruption. It is not broken. It's not hacks either. Mike planted all those points, didn't he? Benjamin on YouTube says specifically, I am on a different server.
What's all that matter without a good helmet?
$282.4. All right, here we go. Finish off today's stream. We're going to slam a peek. Do the stash settings now overwrite my stash and legacy on reset? I like what I have now. I don't know. What's up, Among? Okay, we're going to slam 2 LP peak. Great roll. With this helmet. What we want is falconry and health. That would be awesome. Almost perfectly rolled T7 falconry and perfect rolled health percent. Well, just know too, we're going to find out on the 17th, but stash tabs are getting updated. I don't know how it's going to work and if it's going to take some, I would guess it's going to take tinkering from us, but I believe we're getting stash tab affinities. Which where we could set exactly where we want the items to go. So that you no longer, basically it manually sorts it for you. Which would be sick. They have it in PoE. Let me in. You think I'm going to get this Slam Exatheus? I did one earlier, and I got the T7. So I got the T7. But I got a one dex on it. So this is a better rolled version with a better rolled falconry. And obviously T5 mana, T5 poison, and T5 health is better than one dex. So as long as we get falconry, it's an upgrade. Gotta check in. What's up, Burn? Burn, hang out. After this slam, we're gonna draw the giveaway.
Not happening.
Don't forget, everyone, tonight is game night for Patreons. If you are a Patreon, we will be together in Discord VIP tonight for game night.
Not happening.
Kicks off in 2 hours and 18 minutes. Or no. Okay, maybe it's more. Actually, I gotta check it. 7 p.m. PT. It's 8 p.m. for me. Kicks off in 3 hours and 18 minutes. Yeah, 3 hours. Delmore already downloaded Speed Freaks. I'll log into Speed Freaks and see what the group up mechanic is. It might be Steam Friends. I don't remember. I gotta look at it. I'm used to the time zones. When I tell people sometimes, oh, I live in Idaho, and they're like, okay, and I'm like, that's mountain time. They think I'm joking. They go like, oh, funny, what, mountain time, huh? It's like, no, it's like a real time zone. They've never heard of mountain time.
Not happening.
Packers are playing tonight. And I hope I set all my fantasy football lineups. I probably screwed up already.
Not happening.
MST myself. Woo! It's the best.
Not happening.
Mountain time is like saying coastal time, is it? All right, here we go. I never knew you lived in Idaho. Of course. I live in the great state of Idaho. Do you like potatoes? Yes. Good night, Julera. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Peak of the Mountain. 2 LP. Almost perfectly rolled. And we want our T7 Falconry to transfer. With life. That would be the best. Sealed. T7 Falconry with life. Get it. Logouts here. That's why we failed. Freaking logouts. Where's the guy that said you use different server for better results? Logout, were you here for this? Benjamin legitimately thinks I'm on a different server. Oh geez, blame it on the infamous logout guy. I know. I think I've purchased, without exaggeration, every one. Every single T7 Falconry helmet I have bought. Like 10 of them. There's only one left. Pretty accurate, though. No, it's not. Damn it. 11th time is the charm. Oh, I mean, it really is his fault. I mean, just to be clear. All right. Hey, log out. You might not believe me. Playing Spriggan so much the last 3 builds, I have burned through, now with Rogue and Druid, 625,000 favor. I burned through 625,000 favor in the Merchants Guild. I would guess from a buying and selling standpoint, I'm like the tip of the spear. I am by myself keeping the market going, I think. Don't clip that. I'm not proud of it, okay?
Not happening.
I need some cool hack and slash games for my ally. I feel like the best thing for your ally would be like, I feel like if I had a Steam Deck, I would have every Vampire Survivors game. Very simple. You can play it with one hand. It's fun, entertaining. Now, if I wasn't, then I'd be like Torchlight Infinite, Undecember, Last Epoch. Dude, we almost died. That would have been Logout's fault, too. I call them Bullet Hell. I thought they're Bullet Hell games. That's how they're labeled on Steam, Bullet Hell. Not sick anymore? No. I mean, you could still hear it in my voice. I'm still a little congested, but better. And now I've got this little cough, like a... It's like a Zoolander cough. Daddy, I've got the black lung.
Not happening.
My buddy really wants to make Vampire Survivors like happen. The problem is, yeah. I mean, technically, you know, they weren't the first, but they were the first to make it big. The old man cough. Somebody gets that, the Derek Zoolander cough. Royal Revolt was all happy I streamed their game, and I posted a short on the game. They're very happy. They hit me up on X. But in Bullet Hell, you have to avoid the projectiles, and Vampire Survivors, like, you are the projectiles. I am simply stating how Steam labels them. Cast speed, nope. 2 LP Rainbow's Edge, nope. 1 LP, nope. Could sell that. Soulstone Survivors is the only one I played the most. Lots of updates. I feel like that one is probably the most successful that has been continuously updated. That and Death Must Die. Have you played Death Must Die? Ugh. Death Must Die, I never played the new update. We hit the level 30 or whatever it was, and then I never played the latest update. You still don't have a weapon? Nope. We're at 306 corruption. No weapon.
Not happening.
Oh yeah, I've got that one installed too. Yeah, it's got like items, right? Okay, be right back. Gonna chill with the fam. All right, sir.
Not happening.
I'm stacking up the favor so we could do one final slam. Actually, I should just go knock this out really quick. Just in case. All right, let's purchase the last T7 falconry
Not happening.
in the damn entire
Matter without a good helmet.
Merchants Guild. There's only one. Okay.
Style or function?
And then
Trick question.
how
You
much
better have both.
favor? Peak of the mountain. 10,000. We need 10,000 favor. What the hell are we gonna do with this? Endurance threshold's not bad. There we go. Falconry, Dex, Poison, Endurance. Great roll on Falconry, great roll on Poison, great roll on Endurance, bad roll on Dex. Okay. There's literally no more. We bought every single one. That's normal, right? There's a new little item management roguelike auto battler, dungeon crawler, backpack battles. I know backpack battles. I know backpack battles.
Not happening.
Backpack battles, you gotta make sure you get everything to fit. Oh, it's like backpack battles. Vampire Survivor like must be one of the easiest games to develop. I'm surprised Blizzard hasn't made a Diablo version, you know? Every week there's a new one. Dude, you want to talk about a moneymaker? You create a Vampire Survivor-like in the StarCraft universe and give it a fun spin, I'd have to buy it. Everyone would. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, you're right. People probably think it's a cash grab. And it would work. Watch it be based on Overwatch. Don't say stuff like that. Don't say that. Love the movie. Very entertaining. I chuckled a lot, but not for small children. I actually liked it better than the first Beetlejuice. That's impossible. Lose, that's impossible. You're telling me the new Beetlejuice is better than the first one. Not pop. I can't accept that. It's no way. It's like saying Terminator Dark Fate's better than Terminator 2. You can't. No way. I don't believe it. No way. I can't accept your judgment. Yes way. Okay, Luz, let me ask you a question. Answer honestly. You need to answer honestly. I know you're an honest person, okay? Do you like Robin Williams' Jumanji or The Rock's Jumanji? Which one would you rather watch? Okay. Would you rather watch the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory or the one with Johnny Depp? Or the even newer one with whatever his name is? Which Karate Kid? The one with Jackie Chan. Duh. What a silly question. You like Johnny Depp Chocolate Factory better? It's like this time my friend said the G.I. Joe movie was the best he has ever seen. No, the one from last year, the musical? I don't know that guy's name. The guy from Dune? I don't know his name. Ooh, I like anytime I see health regen. You need to go away. You're being a bad listener. Damn it. Okay. Timothy Chalamet. I'm not a fan of The Rock, the everything actor, the I'll take any role in the jungle. Anybody seen that video, The Rock's a Fraud? I'm not saying The Rock's a fraud. All my old like accounts and stuff are titled The Rock because I was obsessed with The Rock when I was younger during the Attitude Era in wrestling. Me and my buddies would watch. They were always Stone Cold, and I was The Rock. Fans. Wrestling's a fraud. What are you talking about? It's as real as MMA. Silly thing to say. I don't know what you're talking about. Kurt Angle's a stud, man. Even though wrestling's still dangerous, do you know that it's an insane statistic that you're more likely to go to the doctor after a WWE match than an MMA fight? They go to the doctor more. They're also probably hopped up on God knows what. Tons of wrestlers have died. Anyways, there's a video on YouTube. I remember Asmongold did a reaction to it of like, The Rock is fake. And it basically just broke down all his Instagram posts showing that the stuff he says and does aren't real. I don't know. Bodybuilder wrestlers compared to trained fighters. You should watch. There was an old MTV show, Xathius. It was a reality show. It was called Tough Enough. And it was basically people would try and become WWF wrestlers. And one person, if they won the reality show, would get a WWE contract. That's pretty, I mean, when you see what they go through to learn to become a wrestler, I mean, it is very physical. That's all I'm saying. Obviously, it is scripted, but it's more physical than you think. The Miz. Look at that. There's some people out there. Look at that. Cynical knows The Miz got their contract from Tough Enough. That just made me feel old. The R in action RPG, The Rock. Original Kane, I hate The Miz. Aaron, you should add a movie channel to your Discord for discussions. Done. If someone reminds me. Even if it's just me putting the movies that I'm watching. I just watched literally in the last 7 days, I've watched every Back to the Future and every Beverly Hills Cop. That's not true. I didn't watch the new Beverly Hills Cop. I watched the first 30 minutes and then decided that I can't watch it anymore. But I watched the original 3. Good movies. Beverly Hills. Oh my gosh, so good. The third one, I grew up in California. The third one was filmed at Great America. So like whenever I watch it, I'm like, I've been there. I've been there. I still can't believe you have not seen UHF. This is my goal to get you to watch it. What you need to do is make it very easy for me. And, like, hey, Aaron, it's streaming on this platform right now. You know. I normally don't go into, like, my, I I don't go in with the strategy. So first, well, actually, that's not true. Whenever I go to watch TV, I never will look at anything they recommend to me. Never. So literally, you log into Netflix, I'll scroll down like 4 pages because I don't want to see any of the garbage at the top. I never look at that stuff. You were like, that is the weirdest thing you've ever heard. Never. I never want to hear the recommended crap. But when you go down 3 or 4 pages, you run into normally action adventure or drama or like cult classics. You get the playlists that are my style. That's where I got Beverly Hills Cop and Back to the Future and Judge Dredd and Time Cop, stuff like that. Me either. The only way I watch a recommended is if it's recommended things based on what I like. Yeah. There's a funny cop stuff in the movie, Mr. Aaron. There's funny cops in Beetlejuice? You should watch all the Beverly Hill Cops, Luz. You'd like them. All right, we got our 10,000, 7,000. Building favor. Isn't Great America closed down? No frickin' way. No, it isn't. Yes, California Great America in Santa Clara, California is scheduled to close by 2033. The park owner, Cedar Fair, announced the sale of the land on June 2022 for $310 million. The sale was intended to help the Cedar Fair reduce its corporate debt. The park has been operating mostly on Fridays and Saturdays since the announcement, as it can't be open on Sundays when the 49ers are home because they share the parking lot. On July 1st, 2024, a merger of equals between Cedar Fair and Six Flags was completed, creating Six Flags Entertainment Corporation. It remains unclear how the merger would impact the scheduled closure of California's Great America in 2033. Whoa. 20, it's closing in 9 years. And it's only open Fridays and Saturdays. Holy smokes. What's closing? An amusement park I used to go to, where they filmed Beverly Hills. Dude, we are getting smoked. Cop 3. Can you guys stop shooting me for 3 seconds? Thank you. I love going there. Man, I have a lot of memories. This is pre-driving. In my head, I'm like, I can't believe my parents let me do this. But me and my friends, we had season passes to Paramount's Great America. We would take the bus to Oak Ridge Mall. Then from the bus, we would get a pass for the shuttle, the rail, the train. And then the train would take you all the way to Great America. We were like 14. It's like 14. Bus 13 took you to Oak Ridge Mall.
Not happening.
A long time ago. Wherever I went to go visit my grandma in Palo Alto, we'd usually take a day and go to Great America. I went to Great America in Cali growing up all the time. Yeah. Robin Williams, Jumanji, not even a question. Well, of course. Currently only streaming on Tubi with ads. Well, that's not going to work. I will send you the $5 to rent it or buy off some other but you're going to buy the digital copy and send it to me so I have it forever? I will do it. I believe you.
Not happening. That was close.
I never watched Jumanji. I might watch it this weekend, the original one. Have you seen the Rocks versions? The original's so good. Oh, you've never seen the new ones. See, Luz, so the quest, you might like the newer ones better. You like the newer Beetlejuice. You liked the newer Wonka. Maybe you would like the newer Jumanji. Dude, we're getting blasted now that we have all these modifiers up. Enemies have critical strike avoidance. Is brutal.
Not happening.
By the way, we're just literally trying to get 10,000 favor. 8,500. We're almost there. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm going to start a new conversation. I want you to think. With the exception of Aliens, which is debatable if you liked Aliens better than Aliens 1, and Terminator 2, name a movie where a sequel is better than the original. Normally when I ask this question, I get Terminator 2 and Aliens.
Easy. Too easy.
Or a remake. That's fine. I'll allow remakes too. Tremors? No way. And it's funny you say Tremors. I just watched Tremors 1, 2, and 3. You thought Tremors 2 was better? Graboids? Ace Ventura When Nature Calls? Nope. I'm sorry, I'm just... Nature's Calls is awesome. 1 is still better. Anchorman? Nope. Tremors? Nope. Friday the 13th? I don't remember. Back to the Future is on par with the first one, but not better. It's funny, since I just watched all 3 Back to the Futures, 2 is fine, 3 is okay, but 1 is superior. Sharknado, no. Terminator 2. Hey, you know what movie's surprisingly pretty good if you haven't watched it in a while? When was the last time you watched Predator 2 with Danny Glover? Obviously, it's not close to the original. It's pretty good. Certainly better than all the garbage they've put out recently. Can't wait for Wicked. Is that musical? Lethal Weapon 2. I should watch the Lethal Weapon series. Ooh, I know another good one. Rambo. What about Rambo 2? Alien vs. Predator, Django, John Wick 4. Man, there was one scene, and I get it. John Wick is over the top and stupid. I don't know what it is. John Wick 4, the falling down the stairs over and over again. I don't know. That scene alone really bugged me. I can handle all the dumb stuff. For some reason, that scene bugged me a lot. Rocky 2. I said Rambo, and it made you think of Rocky. I watched Lethal Weapon 1 recently and did not like it at all. Rocky 4 is the best. I must break you. Go for it. Man, Rocky 4 is so good. So good. It's just Keanu ragdolling, exactly. The third Thor movie. No, the best Thor is Dark World. Is that the second one? I don't even remember it. Third Thor is Ragnarok? Ragnarok? That's the one. Let me tell you my beef with Ragnarok. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I have no beef with Ragnarok. With the exception that Marvel took the success of Thor Ragnarok and every movie forever in the cinematic universe was now a comedy. I don't really like that. Everything turned into a comedy. Kung Fu Panda 2. Kung Fu Panda 2 is that's weird. Why is that showing up on the ground? Probably didn't update the loot filter. Is normally the Kung Fu Panda that people haven't seen. That's the one with the peacock. Hello. May I ask how damage scaling works in this game? Holy smokes. 4 was decent. I didn't see the new one. Oh, you asked. You see, you said I'm in movie mode. When you hit C. For damage scaling, when you hit C, you go to your damage here, it's going to give you all your stats. Ultimately, you have additive damage and you have multiplicative damage. And it says right in it, like literally written out. When you're playing Diablo 4, it just has an X. When you're playing Last Epoch, it literally says multiplicative with other modifiers. So you want to find multiplicative damage. Ultimately, when you look at your skill, on the tooltip, it's going to give you the scaling tags. So for example, to buff your Falcon, you need minion, companion, dexterity, and then the scaling tags are physical, melee, and throwing. So you know which tags on said gear buff that skill, and you can look at those damage numbers inside of your character breakdown, and then inside you want to look for multiplicative damage nodes. It's like the most I could give you right now. Kill Bill Volume 2. Better than 1? What's you like Kill Bill? My name is Buck and I'm here to never mind. All right. Dark Knight. Okay, that's a good one. Gonna get some wings for tonight's game. Nice. We have enough favor.
Not happening.
Here's what I want to ask. I have a skill which tags melee, cold, and attunement. I have a weapon which gives 50 to necrotic damage. So will the necrotic damage add to my skill when I use it? No, it still will.
Not happening.
The way Mike explains it still will. It just be all additive. It'll basically do nothing in the grand scheme of things. It's gonna add 50 damage because you're not gonna have any necrotic damage to buff it. X-Men 2, Spider-Man 2 are both better than the first one. Okay, that's true. I liked, was it Future Past? I thought that one was all right. Is that enough? That's enough. Attunement's going to give you a flat damage buff. Flat damage buff. So it'll buff everything. All right, back to the bazaar. I enjoyed KFP 1 through 3 the most. KFP.
What's all that
KFP.
about a good helmet?
You don't want necrotic. Panda. I never saw the new one. Wasn't the new one like still high budget, but they couldn't get all the original actors, so the Furious 5 aren't in it or something? Okay.
How's your head, traveler?
Wonder how much gold I've blown today. A lot is the answer. You started with 612. Don't say that. Did I? Damn, that is almost perfect. 5 million. Oh, it's such a waste. Don't look at it. Ooh. All right, this will end the stream.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, so I blew 18 million. It's not that much. Planet of the Apes second movie from the remake was better. You had Rise of the Planet of the Apes, and then you had War of the Planet of the Apes was the third. The second, Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I can't remember the name of the second one. Or was Rise the second one? Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. There you go. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
Who dares intrude upon my
I just recently watched the
cannot reach me.
and when I mean watched, it was like on the airplane for Southwest, I watched the new Planet of the Apes on my cell phone with subtitles. 'Cause I forgot my headphones. It was all right. Winter Soldier? That was better than the first Captain. Okay, hey, I've got a hot take. Every once in a while, I'll get somebody that agrees with me. I am a true believer that Infinity War is way better than Endgame. I stick with this statement. Infinity War is much better than Endgame.
Not happening.
100% Endgame was a disappointment for me. Okay, have a good night, everyone. I'll see you at Patreon game night, Luce. See you tonight. Endgame wasn't great until the last 20 minutes.
Not happening.
I remember when you did this build before. You remember this? Should be 3 movies, not 2. Flesh it out a little more. All right, log out. This time you're going to be my good luck charm. Last time I didn't know you were here.
Not happening.
Now I know you're here.
Not happening.
Another one. A few dollars more is better than a handful of dollars. But neither is good as the good, the bad, and the ugly. You got it. I'm rooting against you. That's good. I'm going to use that energy and turn it into a weapon for good.
Fool like you has no use for it.
My favorite, the Hulk was so disappointing. Oh my gosh.
Not happening.
World War Hulk. That anime was really good. Or Hulk vs. Wolverine. Have you guys seen those? I like the second one better than the good, the bad, and the ugly. Personal opinion. That's fair. Actually, funny. I like the good, the bad, and the ugly so much because of Tuco. Just in case I mirrored it, since I know the shop is out of them. Something's wrong with me. Okay. Okay. Peak of the mountain. Almost perfectly rolled. 5 to all attributes. 284 increased critical strike chance. Double exalted. Falconry, poison resistance, dex, and endurance. Give me that T7, and I'll take the poison res. Okay. We got the Falconry T7, and we got a T5 to dex. I will take it. Added 12 affixes. Oh. Nice. Nice little upgrade. Finally. Took me long enough, you know. Why didn't you use your bad magic to screw him up again? Glad for you, buddy. Really couldn't be happier. I don't know. I don't hear a lot of sincerity in your voice, sir. Sounds like anger. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. Grats. We're not even, I mean, we're trying to get plus to falconry, and it's going okay. Right now, we're only at 35. We only have 35 points. Plus 15. We need to get this higher. It's like we're not even trying. All right. Sweet. Hey, are you thinking about putting a video out for build suggestions for the new cycle coming on LE? I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to say maybe. First, I need to announce the new community event coming. By the way, if you haven't joined my Discord yet, we will have a Dwarven Realms 1.0 community event and a cycle refresh, cycle only community event on September 19th. Make sure you join the Discord. Throw this over there. There we go. Good evening, sir. Aw, Canadian guy, I'm getting off right now. I'm sorry. Okay, everybody. Tomorrow is my day off. It was a fun 6 days straight of streaming. Tomorrow I will be off. Tonight, Patreon game night. If you are one of my Patreons, in T-minus 2 hours and 24 minutes, we will be getting together on Patreon VIP in Discord to play Speed Freaks. Aaron, what the hell is Speed Freaks? We were talking about it, trying to figure out what would be the best game for this Patreon game night. And this is what we landed on. Recently dropped. We've played it before. It is basically Warhammer 40K Twisted Metal. And it's free. So we'll be playing Warhammer 40K Twisted Metal, recently released for Patreon game night tonight. It's going to be a fun night. If you guys need anything, hit me up on Discord. And if not, I will see you Sunday morning to check out all the new changes to Dwarven Realms. All right, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. And for Patreons, I will see you tonight. Bye.